Hello and welcome to the regular business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, July 18th, 2023. And as always, we're gathered to do our work today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting. Council, I'm looking for adoption of the amended agenda, including one, we're going to suspend the order and we will have item 11B1 will be following item 6A1, just to help with some. Moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Stoner. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have a proclamation request from National Drowning Prevention Week, or for this week, actually, July 16th to 22nd, 2023, to be proclaimed National Drowning Prevention Week in the District of Squamish. And we don't have a presentation tonight, but we do have some correspondence supporting this request. Councillor French.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we proclaim July 16th to 22nd as National Drowning Prevention Week in Squamish. And if I have a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, Councillor French.
Through my youth, I was a swim race competitor, and that led to me becoming a swimming instructor and lifeguard at the outdoor pool in Squamish, which no longer exists and has school portable classes over top of it at this point. So this is very close to my heart. I taught many children to swim and truly believe in the value of everybody learning to swim. So anything that I can do in my adult life and outgrown my lifeguard days to prevent drownings, I'm all over it.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Okay. Speaking in support of the motion, growing up, I had some friends that didn't know how to swim, and just the amount of fear they had in all these different situations where I felt completely comfortable as someone that could swim was just remarkable to me. So I think it's really important to highlight these issues. So happy to support that. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next, we have consideration of unscheduled public attendance. And this is where if anyone had a matter that couldn't wait until the next regular business meeting to be addressed, they could come forward now and make a case to be heard later in the meeting. Seeing none, we'll move on. We have no public hearings this evening. We're on to item 6, staff reports. And we're going to BC Healthy Communities Age-Friendly Communities Grant Application Endorsement. And we have Ms. Kidner and Ms. Latimer to present. So I will turn the floor over to you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff and community members who are tuning in online as well. My name is Keely Kidner. I'm Equity and Inclusion Coordinator, and I'm excited to speak today about the age-friendly grant application. So BC Healthy Communities has released age-friendly grant applications starting at the beginning of June, and the District of Squamish is seeking endorsement from Council to apply for Stream 1, which would be an age-friendly community plan, which allows up to $25,000 for the development of a plan. Staff see this as a great opportunity for collaboration. We have already reached out and received a letter of support from Vancouver Coastal Health for this work. It also supports our accessibility plan, which was recently adopted, as well as our strategic plan. The plan would actually be 100% grant funded. There would be no financial contribution needed from the district, and implementation would take place in 2024. So that brings us to the resolution that we seek support for BC Healthy Communities Age-Friendly Communities Grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions for staff? Councillor French?
Thanks, Mayor. The staff report indicates engagement will take place with the Squamish Nation, as we heard in the presentation as well, Vancouver Coastal Health and community organizations throughout the process. And I'm looking for confirmation from staff that the Squamish Senior Center Society is included in that grouping called local organization. So is this one of the organizations that we consulted?
Through the chair, I believe so. We've been working together with Recreation and Culture to determine the best groups to speak with. So they're involved in this discussion as well.
Okay, great. And then I'm also hoping that the Squamish Senior Living Society would also be included in that group, and I'll leave it in your capable hands from there. Thank you.
Did I see your hand, Councillor? Yes. Yep. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. In October 2020, our MP Patrick Weiler drew to our attention the opportunity of a grant, and similar amount actually. The program was entitled the New Horizons for Seniors Program, and I believe it continued or may still be in existence. Would you be aware of the whether that program may be an ongoing one and an opportunity for the district?
Through the chair, I am not aware of that program, but it's something we could definitely check in. I believe our recreation staff would probably know more.
Thank you. At the time when it first came forward, there were discussion on the part of the Senior Center Society and potentially our staff regarding potential participation. And a number of themes were identified, and they are exactly the themes that you have in your report to council under background, 8 domains where communities can become age-friendly. However, there was an additional one identified at that time, and I wonder whether I just put it out to you, whether it might be something to consider, and that is our tourist visitors who are happen to be seniors or may fall into categories of interest for an accessibility program. Is it possible that as you've got all the others checked off, the others that have been previously discussed as of interest for an application, is it possible that this could also be fit into it as well? Visitors that and programming for them, accessibility features around the community for our visitors.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I believe that the model here, the 8 domains, is based on a model of age-friendly communities that's done internationally. And this is how the model was presented through BC Healthy Communities. But I also recognize that there's an ability to be different depending on the community. So that's something we could definitely consider, especially considering Squamish's role as a tourism destination.
Thank you. Finally, would you consider that I see under reliable service delivery, where you're commenting on our council strategic plan, that an age-friendly plan will inform the provision of district services, communication, and engagement? Do you anticipate that we might give some consideration to how we engage with seniors ongoing in the context of this initiative?
Through the chair, yes, staff see this as an opportunity to practice some engagement. So as you know, we have an inclusion strategy that we're looking to bring more folks into our engagement. And our accessibility strategy looks at that as well. So staff anticipate that we would use this plan as a way to continue to practice bringing more folks in early on. I'll also mention that the plan itself or the grant itself highlights equity at all stages of development of the plan. So that's something that we would look to as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for the presentation. My question is just around the 8 different pillars. Is it anticipated that the plan will address all 8 of those pillars that are identified, or are we going to pick out a few that we think are particularly important to our community?
Through the chair, this is something that we haven't decided quite yet. I believe at this point we're looking at most of the pillars, if not all, in our application, but we expect that as things go with planning, these things might change depending on the feedback we get from folks, what should be prioritized.
Okay, that's great. I do just also want to flag a few years ago on the outdoor spaces and buildings, our Squamish helped support the district on doing a fair bit of work on engagement and activation of our outdoor spaces. And so there's a fair bit of research that we can pull on there and hopefully will be used to inform this work.
Council, any further questions? Seeing none, are you moving? So Councillor Stoner moves. Are you seconding, Councillor Anderson? Councillor Anderson seconds. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, just briefly, happy to support this motion on the floor and thank staff for identifying this opportunity for us. We're often seen as one of the youngest communities in the country, but our fastest growing demographics or demographic is actually our senior population. And so I think this work is really well suited and very timely and will dovetail well into the work that Ms. Kidner is already doing on our accessibility committee. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Councillor Anderson?
Yes, also speaking in support of the staff recommendation, I'd like to encourage that to look at our successful youth strategy that we undertook a few years ago, because indeed that strategy prompted a number of people in the seniors community to discuss a follow-up senior strategy. And the Senior Centre Society took steps to think about making an application under the program that I referred to. In their deliberations, each of these domains or themes were identified. So there has been a fair bit of preliminary work to tap into. But I think this is a very timely initiative. Thank you.
Councillor French?
Thanks, Mayor. And I'll echo Councillor Anderson's pitch for a senior strategy. I fully endorse that idea. This is an easy motion to support for many reasons. Anytime we can land a grant like this, it makes total sense to go for the opportunity. And because this particular program is aimed at supporting seniors, I'm doubly supportive. This is a time for seniors in our community. They deserve all the support that council can send their way. It's a time of significant change as we bring the new West Winds facility online. I mean, it's online now, but as it becomes more and more popular and better used. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the motion. I think this is a great piece of work, and any grant applications that involve that sort of stand alone and don't have a municipal component are pretty easy to support. And I do find that given the rate of change of our community, and I think this piece of work is incredibly important, and I look forward to engaging with the process where appropriate and seeing some of the recommendations come to life. So thank you for bringing this forward. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So for those following along at the start, we're going to 11B1 now, which is a CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund Grant Application Endorsement. And I believe we have staff for this as well. Welcome. We'll give you a minute to get your presentation up, and then the floor is yours when you're ready.
In the meantime, I can introduce our presenters today. So my name is Jonas Milanishkis. I'm Director of Community Planning. And with us today are Jenna Hildebrand and Sandy McKay from Macola Developments. These two professionals are with a consulting company that's helping us with the grant application, because the grant window is fairly short and there's a lot of work to do. We needed some assistance.
And sorry, just you got there you go. You got it.
Can you hear me now? Perfect. Awesome. Good evening, everyone, council, mayor, and community members and staff. We're really excited to join you this evening to speak about the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund. We've been working with staff to support this application, and we're excited to kind of share about what it's about, as well as the initiatives that it will support. And to start off, my name is Jenna Hildebrand, and I'm joined here with my colleague, Sandy Mackey. There we go, perfect. So this presentation will provide an introduction and explain the types of initiatives that CMHC is going to be looking for. We're going to review the initiatives that we've co-developed with the planning department, and we're going to provide kind of an overview of next steps to ensure a successful and a competitive submission response. Sorry, here we go. So this is a fund that encourages local governments to implement initiatives that will speed up housing development and increase supply. This is an exciting $4 billion fund that's allocated across municipalities over the next 3 years. As part of this fund, there's some objectives and some supported priorities. The two main objectives are the implementation of initiatives to get homes built faster, as well as to speed up approval processes and building processes. So there's really kind of two pieces to this. The objectives are really talking about the more technical, procedural, applicational processes. And then in addition to this, there's also supported priorities. And these supported priorities include the development of complete communities, the development of affordable, inclusive, equitable, and diverse communities, and the development of low carbon and climate resilient communities. And these supported priorities pieces really speak to the more broader kind of system changes that this application and this fund can encourage and provide, and really speaks to the generational impacts that this fund can have. The objectives also highlight how the priorities, again, encourage kind of those short-term pieces that address housing stock as well. So in thinking about the application, there are some minimum application requirements. We need to develop an action plan, and this is in progress with a minimum of 7 initiatives. This is what we've been working with staff to complete, and we are kind of revising and reviewing it alongside CMHC and alongside staff recommendations. We also need to commit to a housing target. So the goal of this fund is really to incentivize new units. Staff already have an idea of how many units can be built without this fund. So we're working with them to understand how many units could be incentivized if this application is successful and the money is received from CMHC. And this projection, the housing growth target, will feed into this final housing growth target that we're working with staff to finalize. Another piece of this is the completed housing needs assessment. The District of Squamish is well situated. You just completed your housing needs assessment in 2023. So this piece is already done, which is great. And that's just a 5 points automatically, which is great for the application. And then lastly, submitting periodic reports. Again, this is, if success is successful, staff will have to complete periodic updates and reports to CMHC to show the progression that's being made on the action plan initiatives. So it's important to understand with this fund what the kind of methodology is for the funding. So again, as I mentioned, really important of this fund, it is to incentivize new units. So the base funding for this fund is $20,000 per incentivized unit. I think one of the most important pieces to kind of look to is this top-up funding. The top-up funding is $12,000 per multi-unit housing or missing middle, $7,000 per incentivized unit for those other, which just is other units that don't kind of fall into the missing middle category. And a big piece of this is the affordable housing bonus. So this is $19,000 per incentivized unit for the affordable housing units. So if you think about just some quick math with the base funding and the incentivized, so for missing middle, that's $32,000 per incentivized unit. And for affordable housing, that's $39,000 per incentivized unit. So with these numbers in mind, we've worked with staff to develop initiatives that will make a really compelling application to CMHC in terms of the diversity of projects that will focus on missing middle as well as affordable housing as well. So as I mentioned, CMHC is really looking for a number of different initiatives as part of this application. So, but along with the initiatives, we can also use this funding for other uses. So the permitted uses of the HAF funding include investments in Housing Accelerator Fund action plans, investments in affordable housing, investments in housing-related infrastructure, as well as investments in community-related infrastructure as well. So thinking about roads, kind of bridges, sidewalks, lights, green spaces, et cetera. Those pieces that, again, are kind of that more broader housing transformation. So again, CMHC is really looking for a mix of diversity of projects and initiatives. They want to see some that are implementable in the short term, as well as other actions that will lead to long-term impacts across the district. And again, these initiatives are part of the overall action plan. And these will touch on kind of some more technical pieces that are thinking about speeding up approval timelines, incentivizing units long-term, thinking about kind of developable land and improving development predictability and stability, and again, improving the overall broader system. So kind of with the funding methodology in mind, with this action plan piece in mind, we've been working with staff to kind of think about how we can generate the most amount of funding through this plan. And we're working with staff also to understand what work is already being done in the district to ensure that we are building on work and accelerating work that is already happening. And there luckily in this district is a ton of progressive and innovative work that's already taking place. And so this fund is really to bolster that work and to take advantage of this new and kind of exciting and innovative fund that is being provided by CMHC. So now I'm going to get into more of kind of the meat of the application. So all these initiatives are part of that action plan that I've been speaking to. And these initiatives are important to note are still draft. We're still working with staff and working with CMHC to kind of further refine them. But everything that's kind of packaged into these initiatives right now might be reworked a little bit, but this is the main bulk and the main kind of main area of the application. So I'm going to speak to each of these initiatives. Just to note, there's quite a lot of information in each of these. It's included in the staff report. So I'm just going to go quite high level for each of them, and then we'll have the opportunity to ask questions at the end. So the first one is the Affordable Housing Accelerator. This initiative is really focused on increasing the stock of affordable non-market housing options within the district. It focuses on incentivizing affordable housing units and really taking advantage of that top-up funding. Again, as I mentioned, that offers $39,000 per incentivized unit. So really taking a focus on thinking about affordable housing as a big priority through this grant. This initiative also is really aimed at solidifying the role of the Squamish Community Housing Society and supporting the organization to develop a self-sustaining housing portfolio. Some initiatives or some actions that are associated with this initiative include administering $300,000 in pre-development funding to support SCHS to develop on district identified lands for affordable housing, adjusting public hearing requirements, pre-zoning selected sites, allowing for affordable housing on public properties with institutional zoning, and allowing for affordable housing in all residential zones. So again, really thinking about ways to make affordable housing easier to develop and working with the partners that are already working in this space within the district. Initiative 2 is the Missing Middle Housing Accelerator. So this initiative really focuses on encouraging and speeding up the development of missing middle housing stock. Again, every unit of missing middle that's incentivized is $32,000. So focusing on that typology of housing as there's top-up funding associated with that. And the goal really of this initiative is to encourage the development of missing middle units by removing and reducing some of those barriers. So again, some of the actions that are associated, also related to public hearing requirements in this one, enabling permit-based street residential parking in select areas of downtown, looking to update single-family zoning, establishing downtown zoning to allow for multi-unit housing, and reducing some of those kind of procedural reviews. And again, some of this work is already happening. This accelerator is kind of just to boost that and to create kind of some extra support around this work that's already going on. Initiative 3 is the Accessory Dwelling Unit Program, or the ADU program. This initiative is focused on increasing the uptake of ADU development and making it a more appealing and viable option for homeowners or developers. So part of this initiatives that are actions that are associated with this initiative include developing detailed plans for ADUs through design competition, initiating a communications plan or campaign to promote the winning design, updating the zoning bylaw, and looking to explore kind of parking reductions as well as exemptions from DCCs. This is kind of an exciting and fun initiative. You can do some kind of community engagement with it. You can engage local builders, the community. So this is kind of one of those innovative ones that we feel will be well received by CMHC. The Density Bonus Program. This is a program to increase multi-unit housing in areas of town that are already capable of supporting this type of development. It's thinking about how to make more compact communities and achieve densities that can support affordable housing, transit, commercial centers, and public green space, for example. And actions associated with this include piloting a density bonusing program for both two tiers, market rental and affordable, and removing the community amenity contributions for density bonus units. And as I mentioned, same with other areas, some of this work is already kind of being started, and these are just kind of ways to bolster that work. Initiative 5 is the Housing Accelerator Division. The goal of this initiative really is quite simple, speeding up development timelines, which will ultimately reduce costs and hopefully translate into lower rental rates. The actions associated with this one are creating a new housing team that's really focused on speeding up those approvals, including DPs, service agreements, and building permits, again, for that missing middle affordable, as well as market rental. And also includes implementing an e-permitting system for digitizing application processes. And some of this money has already been secured for this initiative. $250,000 in grant funding has been implemented or has been allocated to implement the technology. So again, that looks really great in these applications that this work is happening. And so that we can just say to CMHC, we're already doing work, and how can you help us accelerate it? Initiative 6, revising and streamlining the development permit process. Again, really focused on speeding up development timelines, thinking about removing development permit requirements, and developing building permit design guidelines that reduce number of variances. For example, we heard from staff that some of the holdup is around kind of those variances. So how can we use this opportunity to reduce those variances and think about developing some design guidelines? All right, and lastly, the complete community infrastructure analysis. So this one really speaks to the broader systems change that will impact the larger housing ecosystem and is focused on those larger term impacts. Again, this is kind of an innovative initiative that really shows that the District of Squamish is a leader in housing affordability and housing innovation. So looking at looking to initiate a complete communities infrastructure review and analysis that will really identify those infrastructure gaps. This includes a review of park and recreation, amenities, traffic, parking, and sewer and water. It's also an opportunity to kind of collaborate with other partners in this area too. So as I mentioned earlier, this Housing Accelerator funding can be used across these 4 areas: housing-related infrastructure, community-related infrastructure, the Housing Action Plan investments, and the affordable housing investments. Again, this is a really flexible fund, which is actually one of the kind of neat pieces about it, that you do have these initiatives, but as long as you're showing that you're working towards them, you can allocate the funding kind of whatever makes most sense to the district and their priorities. So this is an opportunity to work towards things that are not just specifically housing, but you can support housing goals or community goals beyond housing. So thinking about reconciliation, community development, building partnerships. There's lots of kind of room within this funding program to be creative, to be innovative, and to, again, show that the District of Squamish is a leader of housing across Canada. So in terms of next steps, the plan is to draft a companion report to upload with the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund application. These applications are reviewed by CMHC in Ottawa, and we want to give some context and some background about the District of Squamish to explain kind of where we're at, explain some of our housing projections, explain the rationale for some of our initiatives. We also will draft the submission and begin to populate the CMHC portal. We'll review and finalize the submission with staff, and then we'll be submitting an application. The application is due August 18th, but we're hopeful we can complete it in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Thanks for your time. Really appreciate it. And we're totally happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
And I could-
Valeniscus.
Thank you. If I could just add that the reason why you're seeing it in draft is essentially because the August break for council, and that's when the application is due. So we're sort of still building the application, but we wanted to get in front of council at last chance we have, as close as possible to the grant due date, to hopefully get an endorsement, because that will help the application, we believe.
Thank you for that. So, Council, to get us started with questions, I have Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks so much for the presentation and for all the work that's going into this application. I think if anything, at the end of the day, we should also be providing feedback to CMHC around the challenges of this application process. I've heard from other communities that they're also struggling. But it is great that there is this fund available. I have a few questions. One is, as you mentioned, a lot of this work is kind of already on our work plans. Some of it is already underway. The rezonings, some of them we'll see this evening for first and second reading. So I'm just wondering how far back we're able to go in terms of the work that we have done or that is ongoing, that is reasonable to put into this application versus like brand new work streams.
It's a good question, through the chair. My understanding is that we shouldn't really be going back to account for work that is already been done, but work that is scheduled and has not currently been done can be eligible for acceleration dollars to be done faster than it would have otherwise been. A great example is your e-permitting software. You've already allocated the money to do the technology change. With this funding, that can be done faster and more efficiently, and can hopefully be producing new units in your community sooner.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. My second question is around housing growth targets, and this is one that it's often challenging and sensitive in all communities, but also as we talk to the province and their Housing Supply Act, with their threat of establishing housing targets. One of the big questions we've always had is, where do you actually set that target? At what point in the development phase? And so I'm just curious, in our process as we do this, is it built units? Is it units that are approved for DP? Like, where along the phase do we set that housing target?
Also a good question, through the chair. For this application, it's for the permitted units. So that's what they're looking at, is the number of permitted units. So we've looked at the number of permitted units across the past 5 years. We've taken an average, and we've reduced the average by about 20% based on some reports that have come out about CMHC about construction starts being quite a bit slower, and units coming on the market a bit slower. So that's been factored into our projections. And again, we're also kind of still finalizing those projections with staff, because we want projections to be realistic and to be feasible with staff capacity, et cetera.
Wonderful, thanks. And then one final question on the 7th pillar around complete communities infrastructure analysis. A lot of this work is ongoing, or we have some level of asset management planning within the district. And so I'm just wondering if staff can speak to, is this like an upgrade of those plans? Is it something that aims to integrate them? I don't want folks to have the assumption that we don't have a plan for our sewer and water master plans. Like, those are fairly well planned out for the amount of growth that we're expecting. So how is this different than the work that we have ongoing?
Through the chair, so you're exactly right. It is essentially expediting, upgrading, and updating the work that we already either have or are doing or are planning to do.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner just asked my question regarding our infrastructure analysis as we have it here. Listed last but not least, of course, because it's important for community buy-in. But a related question is, another initiative we have ongoing is our neighborhood planning process. I look at under Missing Middle Housing Accelerator, the following point: update single-family zoning to allow for duplex, triplex, and cottage cluster. I wonder if staff could elaborate on how this would be implemented in relation to our neighborhood planning processes and objectives and their
Through the mayor. So I think part of it is expecting some changes at the provincial level that we will be mandated at some point in the near future to update single family zoning. And so this is a kind of expediting that work. And that work will likely happen in all areas rather than only in areas where we're doing neighborhood planning. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Pettingill.
I just maybe I'm dense, but the numbers of is it 32 or 39,000 per unit is that sort of over and above what the government will incentivize if we use these programs to get units built, or is that, you know, we set our target based on our target is 1,000 new units and therefore we apply that 39,000 and that's our grant? I'm just trying to understand where that number actually comes into all this.
Yeah, through the chair. Councillor Pettingill, you're not the only one with questions about the growth targets and the funding methodology. It has been a really complicated process navigating CMHC. The way we've been describing it is rather than think about it in terms of the hard numbers in your community, if staff are projecting that every year over the next 3 years, we're going to build 100 units in the district of Squamish, and with CMHC Accelerator funding, we build 110 units, those 10 units would be eligible for Accelerator funding dollars. So if they're affordable, they're eligible for $39,000 each. You'd be eligible for $390,000 a year over the 3 years. And if they're a different type of unit, they would be eligible for less. If they're just a regular unit that we've accelerated beyond our projections, they would be eligible for only $20,000, for example. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and so that's an incentive then that would flow through to builders, or that the total of all those, that's the amount of grant we would receive to do all this work.
Correct. Yes, the amount of grant you would receive.
And then there was in the report is asking for some feedback. Do we want to do that now or questions?
We'll go around with questions and then we'll get to the feedback piece, and then we'll have staff remind us of the exact pieces they are looking for there, just to be clear. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. Through the chair, item number 4 speaks to this balance that I'm having trouble seeing my way through here. It says remove CACs for density bonus. And when I look through all of these items, so much of this is about what we have CACs for. Yeah. In a way, it feels like CMHC is stepping in to provide the CACs or provide the funding for the CACs. Is there going to, and I've certainly had developers excited about this fund, is there a balance that we need to find between our CAC policy and this Housing Accelerator Fund and the potential of this Housing Accelerator Fund, so that we are not simply having CMHC subsidize community amenity contributions?
Through the mayor, that's a really good question. I think maybe it's just because it's high level table and in draft form. But what we mean by the density bonus units is market rental and affordable housing, which is where our CAC policy is heading anyways, because those two types of, well, right now, affordable housing does not trigger CACs. Market rental does. What we're finding through our analysis is that market rental is so challenging to build that we shouldn't be applying CACs on those projects anyways. So that's what the table refers to. Market units would still trigger CACs.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands for questions. So were you looking for feedback on the whole piece, or in any piece in particular?
We'd be great to have any feedback on that table and the actions we're proposing. Just it's early days. A lot of these, most of these projects are probably going to end up coming to council at one point or another as separate projects. So any feedback we could get right now would be useful, but it's not necessary. Our primary objective today is to get endorsement by council. And if you see something in here that raises major red flags, then we wanna know about it.
Okay, Council. So Councillor Pettingill, you were hinting at you had some feedback, so we'll start with you, and we'll.
Just at a very high level, and some of this stuff is mentioned. I just want to draw attention to it because I think there's some concern with some of the provincial movements that it'll be more housing without regard to the impacts on livability and all of this. And so I think I'd like to make sure that in our principles, we're thinking about livable, complete, compact communities, human focused, so active in public transit, not built around cars, and want to also be really careful of, we're not saying, oh, we can ignore the climate issue for this. It's just housing. So just making sure that we're, just not housing numbers, that we're considering all those pieces.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else comments on feedback on any of the pieces included here? Councillor Anderson?
There is a reference to parking policy provisions for parking in the core transit network, along the core transit network and in select areas of the downtown. Here's another area where we have other initiatives going of analysis and policy making. We don't want to, I'm sure that staff's not going to get too far down the road without full consideration of these other initiatives. And I know the commercial business folks downtown might have something immediately to say, and employee parking and so forth. There is a reference to allow for affordable housing on public properties with institutional zoning. I just wanted to express a little bit of caution here. It has come up sometimes in discussions already with select facilities that we need to avoid competition for facility space needs in areas where we are in deficit in this community, in recreation and culture, and we're behind in other areas besides housing. There may also be a potential for neighborhood fit issues or a neighborhood interface on that topic. When the housing needs report came up some months back, a comment that I made is that an action plan has to be holistic. And I think we're on the right track here this evening. But one area that I'd like to highlight is economic development. There is reference to a design competition, and that should be very, very much welcomed. A product in the housing, building materials and building systems field, cross-laminated timber today, had its origins in Bavaria in an affordable housing program, exactly like what we're talking about right here. So it's not only design, but also building products and building systems. And this is a major industry for Squamish. It's also an industry which very much features Squamish Nation participation. And there is, in the Housing Society letter to Council received today, reference to reconciliation. We have a green economy program within our economic development department, and within that, a green building program. We're on a little short notice here to include elements of that, but that should be taken into account. We should be looking at how we can build local participation, enhance local participation in our supply chain and in building systems, modular, flat, panelized buildings that can assist affordability of housing. We then come back to the issue of employment lands and spaces, inevitably, because those firms in that sector are struggling to find these spaces. So in being holistic, we not only need a housing action plan, but we need to continue to be vigilant and looking after our employment lands and spaces. That has to be also an actively managed file. I'll leave it at that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any other feedback? Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for taking on this work. This is an extraordinarily short timeline, it looks to me, for a grant application of this magnitude. And I think that the best thing that we can do right now is get out of the way and let you do your work, because this is a lot of work, and I sincerely hope that we'll get have a successful grant application here.
Thank you. I just have a few comments. I'm quite excited to see that this funding stream and your work is quite well rounded, and we are in a housing crisis. We need to take action, but while we do that, we should be continue to be mindful of not exasperating current challenges we're having in other regards. So, and I've heard some comments essentially to this effect around this table already today. So, I would like to keep that front of mind. It's not housing above all else. We have climate goals. We have local employment goals. We have needs in our community around amenities and so on as well. So I think they need to be really carefully contemplated. And it seems like there's framework here in this to do that. So I think that's important, and I was happy to see that in the presentation. And really, that's the big concept as we go about solving this problem. Can we still be moving the needle on these other areas? Because just with increasing the inventory of affordable housing units or even market rentals without advancing some of that other work, we're just sort of shifting the problem around. So this holistic approach, I think, is really important to keep highlighted throughout the process. And I have confidence that that's happening already, but let's add my voice to that work need to continue. I see your hand, Councillor Stoner.
I'll move the staff recommendation that council endorse in principle the District of Squamish grant application for the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund.
Thank you for that. Seconded by Councillor French. Would you like to speak to it?
Happy to. Happy to put this motion on the floor and support the work that's going on. I want to thank this council, previous councils, staff. We have the executive director of the Housing Society in the audience, as well as Macola, for doing a lot of work over the last, I think this actually dates back to even before the last council term, on housing, affordable housing issues in our community, and having all of that body of work underway and moving. Although this is a huge grant application, I think it has made it easier to get there, that we have all of our ducks in a row. We know what we want to be doing. We know what's going to work for our community. And everything that I see in this list is something that we've talked about, something that is within our work plans, or something that we know was within like a 2 to 3 year, and it's just going to help us to get there faster. And we know what we need to do right now is build more homes faster for our community to be able to afford to live here. So that's what I see this doing. I think it's really important, really valuable work. Thank you for putting the time in. It's also very rare that there are grant applications. Yes, the bar to get the money is high, but once we get the money, it's relatively unrestricted, which does not come very often from senior levels of government. So I think that this is well worth our time to put in the effort. And I, even from what I see here, know that this will be a really strong application going forward. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. Everything Councillor Stoner said, and thinking back to the comments of Councillor Hamilton, I'm supporting this motion so that we can get out of the way and you can get to work.
Thank you. Any other comments? Speaking in favor of the motion, I think I look forward to seeing all of the hard work that's gone into this for many years come together and be successful in this application. So thank you for your part in that. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you for making the trip up to see us. So, Council, now we're on to 7.1, which is development permit number 587 for Garibaldi Springs Phase 2. And we have staff presentation on this topic.
And I will once again introduce Jesse Abraham, who's a planning consultant working for the district on this file as a reviewer of this application.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, my name is Jessie Abraham, a planning consultant presenting on behalf of the Community Planning and Sustainability Department tonight. I'm here to present a development permit application with variances for Garibaldi Springs Phase 2, as well as 2 housing agreement bylaws associated with the permit. The subject property was previously a golf course, Garibaldi Springs Golf Course, that underwent a rezoning process in 2018. The district adopted OCP Amendment Bylaw number 2613 and Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 2614 and approved a land development agreement for the Garibaldi Springs site on October 2nd, 2018. A development permit for Phase 1 was issued in August 2020. The Phase 2 development permit application is now brought forward for council consideration. The subject property is located at the north central area of the Garibaldi Springs site, shown in blue in Figure 1 on the left. The 4-hectare site is one of 4 residential nodes planned as shown on Lot B, which is shown on Figure 2 on the right. Proposed Phase 2 is a previously disturbed sloped site located south of Dowwood Drive and Rockridge Place. Adjacent lands to the north, west, and south are zoned P3 for park use. Land to the east is zoned a resource and is undeveloped. Access to the development site is provided from Dowwood Drive via Lot A, which is Phase 1. A second emergency access will be provided from the west portion of Lot B, which is the current Phase 2. Lot A is under construction. Development permit applications for Lot C and D have not yet been submitted by the applicant. The Phase 2 proposal consists of 38 buildings with 14 duplexes and 113 townhouses for a total of 127 housing units. 19 townhouses include a 1-bedroom lock-off suite. All housing units are 3 stories. Units range in size, so 4 townhouses are 2 bedrooms and the remaining 123 units are 3 bedrooms. I just want to make a note as well that in the report, it notes a different unit mix and error. So the report notes 10 2-bedrooms and 117 3-bedrooms, when in fact there are 4 and 123 units respectively. This development permit includes the DP Area 3 Forming Character Guidelines and DP Area 11 Wildfire Hazard Guidelines. A separate site-wide delegated development permit addressing environmental protection under DP Area 1 was issued in April 2022. No development permit is required to address flood hazards under DP Area 2 as a flood hazard assessment was reviewed and a flood hazard covenant registered on title. 2 variances are requested as part of this DP application. First is to vary minimum driveway length from 6 meters to 1.6 meters. Minimum driveway length as per zoning is not achievable where housing units are located on steep sloping grades. Staff are recommending reducing the minimum driveway length to accommodate the existing sloping conditions and registration of a covenant to mitigate the impact of shorter driveways. Second variance is to vary maximum height from 10.68 meters to 11.18 meters. This variance is for buildings 6 and buildings 30 to 38 only. Building 6 cannot meet maximum building height due to steep sloping grades, and buildings 30 to 38 are located at the lowest site elevation in the floodplain where habitable space is required to be elevated in order to meet the flood construction level. Staff recommend proceeding with the height variance as there are minimal view and solar impacts on neighboring housing units, and there are no adjacent neighboring developments. The development conforms to all other requirements of the RM4 zone. The proposal meets parking requirements as per the zoning bylaw, so parking is contained in garages in each duplex and townhouse. All garages are level 2 EV ready. Parking for lock-off suites and for visitors is provided by surface stalls dispersed throughout the site. 305 vehicle parking spaces are provided on site, including 32 visitor stalls. Class A bicycle parking for the development is contained in garages and include electrical outlets for charging. Class B bicycle parking is located at the common amenity park and 6 spaces are provided. The Phase 2 site design provides pedestrian permeability between buildings and connectivity to Lot A, the community park, and future phases at Lot C and D. All common open spaces and pedestrian connections are secured through a public access statutory right-of-way. Phase 2 features a common playground and park amenity space mid-block pedestrian connections, and trail connectors to the other phases. So the park amenity space includes an embankment slide, hillside basalt steps, pull-up bars, benches, and accessible picnic table under a covered shelter. The building's form and character includes materials inspired by its mountain surroundings. So the modern design provides clean and simple lines, gable roofs, and large corner windows. The building is clad in durable fiber cement, vertical and horizontal siding in colors inspired by the maritime environment. The design includes metal shadow boxes at windows and select brick cladding and wood accents at street level. Entryways include accent colors and warm wood accent roofs. Landscape plantings throughout the site use a mix of coniferous trees in accordance with wildfire hazard guidelines and deciduous trees, and a diverse mix of shrubs, ground covers, and grasses. Private outdoor spaces will be separated by rock stack retaining walls, planting, and wood fences. The development includes a multi-use asphalt trail and mid-block pedestrian connections. This development permit was presented at the September 15th, 2022 ADP meeting. ADP reviewed the project and provided the recommendations shown on this slide. Staff believe the applicant's response to the comments are sufficient and consistent with the DP Area 3 guidelines. To inform the community per policy, the project was posted to the district's development showcase, and a development sign has been posted at the site. No comments or requests for a public information meeting have been received to date. Notice for the associated variance was delivered to properties within 100 meters of the development as per legislative requirement and district policy. 2 comments were received advising that they do not support the proposed variance to reduce minimum driveway length, with the rationale that all driveways should accommodate a vehicle. Under the terms of the Garibaldi Springs Land Development Agreement dated September 28, 2018, the developer agreed to construct a minimum of 18 non-market rental units in phases 1 and 2 to be secured as affordable rental units. The unit mix includes 10 3-bedroom and 8 2-bedroom units. Housing agreement bylaws are required to secure these units as affordable rental in perpetuity. A sample calculation of the monthly rent for the affordable rental units based on the 2020 taxation year is shown on the screen. Given that the proposal meets the DP Area 3 and DP Area 11 guidelines, staff recommend the approval of DP 587 subject to the conditions noted on the slide. Staff also recommend giving the housing agreements for non-market affordable rental housing first 3 readings. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, questions? Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a few questions of clarification. So the proposed variance for the change in the driveway length, is that equivalent to a variance for parking, or is there still sufficient parking on site to meet the parking requirements?
Yes, thank you. So all parking requirements have been met as per the zoning bylaw requirements. So 305 parking spaces are required and 305 are being provided.
Thank you for that clarification. And then in addition to that, so we're still proposing to provide a up to 1.6 meter length driveway. What is the rationale for providing a driveway of that length, given that most vehicles would not fit in that driveway?
Yes, thank you. So regarding the driveway length, it's due to the steep sloping grades with the density proposed on site. It's essentially to allow for the hillside houses to each have a driveway that would allow essentially for access to driveways, access to garage, but won't meet the minimum 6 meters at all locations.
If I could just add to Jesse's answer, it also allows for a bit more breathing room in the way that the streetscape feels in the development and some landscaping essentially. So versus having no driveway at all and the building up to the road.
But from that perspective, could we not just make it like activated front public space as opposed to what might feel like a half-size driveway that's available for cars only?
It's what the applicants have applied for, and we've had a number of conversations of how best to activate those spaces. I think from staff's perspective, these are going to be private strata roads that these townhouses are going to be fronting on. So there's probably going to be quite a bit of activation as is. It's not going to be a public throughway.
Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, in the guidelines, it says it's not going to meet the accessibility guidelines for 10%. Is it convertible, adaptable units, I think, but it would be met in later plans. Does that mean we expect higher than 10% in later phases, or the later phases will hit the 10% is the commitment?
Yes, thank you for that question. So the LDA, the Land Development Agreement, requires that 15% of all housing units through all 4 phases are adaptable housing. So it is a higher percentage, but will be delivered in later phases that do not have the steep slope that have to be dealt with on this one.
So sorry if I can clarify. So in our report, which is 36.5K, it says it, or sorry, yeah, 35K does not meet 10% in the 10% guideline. So if the LDA is 15%, we're not meeting 10% here. Do we expect like 20% in phase 3 and 4 to even out to 15%?
So the 15% as per the LDA would be calculated on the total number of units through all 4 phases, but to be delivered in phases 3 and 4 of the development.
You're good for now, Councillor?
Yes. Oh, actually, sorry. One. Is there any commitments in terms of energy systems in these homes?
Yes, thank you. So the development will meet step 4 of the Energy Step Code. And there will be a commitment to no gas for this development, and there will be covenant registered on title to meet that requirement.
Okay. Council, any other questions before I venture some of my own? Okay, I'll come to you, Councillor Sawyer. In the to this driveway length, I just wondered around the rationale where in the existing requirements is a minimum of 6 meters or no driveway. And I just wondered, even before we asked to vary that to ensure that 1.6 happens across the board, what's the rationale with the allowing no driveway as an option? And we're being presented with something that's essentially a middle ground, and it's being presented to us as a reduction from 6, but it could also be phrased the other way as an increase from 0 to 1.6 to have some space. So how did we get to where we are, and then we're being asked for this change? So what's the rationale between 6 or nothing, and now we're being asked for this middle space? I just couldn't quite see the rationale didn't leap off the page for the existing regulations.
I can answer this question. So I think this regulation came in probably about 8 or 7 years ago for 6 or nothing, and it was essentially to prevent people from parking on half driveways, as that was an issue at the time. We are registering another covenant here that will make sure that Strata enforces the no parking on driveways as an alternative to the no driveway whatsoever. So there is going to be another layer that the Strata has to ensure is being maintained. So essentially, rather than us policing through design, we're going to ask Stratas to make sure that there's no parking on these smaller driveways. I think the time when this came in was a bit different too. We are realizing that probably the best tool of ensuring that development doesn't have offsite impacts on public parking is enforcement on our roads. And I think that's where the rationale for the no driveway initially came from. So I think the philosophy around the best way to regulate parking is changing. And so, you know, having no driveway, I've lived personally in a development that had no driveway in a townhouse downtown, and it's not great. It creates very little breathing room on the street and just kind of pushes everything, you know, intensifies on these strata roads. So we think that, especially in this case where there's steep slope conditions, there's good rationale for relying on strata to ensure that the, you know, private parking is policed privately.
Okay, thank you for that. And with the height variance, it's only seems to be required in for certain buildings, but that's not reflected in the regulation. It goes across the entirety. And I expected a similar rationale with the driveways. Is this something that's going to happen, that needs to happen across the whole development, or are there areas where the 6 meters will be achieved and this is just for some areas, or is the 1.6 required across the whole area?
Yes, thank you. So in regards to the driveway variance, it is not for every driveway. So there are driveways that do meet the minimum 6 meters in length. Similarly, with the height variance, it's not for all buildings. It's just for some buildings that have more difficult conditions in order to meet the zoning requirements. With this development permit and potential approval of the variances, the drawings would be attached, and so they would have to conform to the design in order to allow those variances.
Okay, thank you. And maybe this is just a phrasing thing, but I think language is important. The or no driveway still exists. That phrase still exists in the very in the recommendation. So to me, we have a 6 or 0, or being asked to vary the 6 to 1.6, but I think the 0 goes to 1.6. Is there any proposed that are going to have no driveway? I couldn't quite pull this out.
Yes, thank you. So in regards to the language, so the proposed development does not have any townhouses or housing units that would have no driveway. All driveways would meet the minimum 1.6 meters in length.
Okay, so we're going from 0 to 1.6, and some might achieve the 6. Okay. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a few additional questions. Are any of the visitor bike parking stalls covered?
In regards to the bike parking stalls, so the DP guidelines require that bike parking be in a secured area with visibility, access, and lighting, and should be covered where possible. So these racks, the Class B stalls that are located in the common amenity park, are not covered, but are in a highly visible and well-lit location. There was recommendations by staff and by ADP to provide a covered shelter over the accessible picnic table, which has been provided.
All right, thanks for that clarification. And then on page 21 of our package, it reads that the housing agreements will allow for the sale or transfer of affordable rental units in even numbers, i.e. in pairs, and not sold or transferred as individual units. I'm just curious what the purpose of that language is, and is they're anticipated to be sold, and why we would only allow them to be sold in pairs? Because I feel like that then risks having multiple people who are managing potential tenants in those affordable units.
Yes, thank you. So regarding sale or transfer of the affordable rental units, so they have to be, the language reads that they have to be sold in even numbers, which allows pairs or could be higher. So this meets the requirements of the land development agreement, which restricts sale or transfer of any individual unit, and also allows some flexibility. Trying to sell a group of townhouses in a group of 8 or 10 could prove challenging. The applicant has been in discussions with local nonprofits and government agencies regarding sale and operations of these units.
Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill.
So does this mean you couldn't sell 3 units, but you could sell 2 or 4?
Yes, so the language in the housing agreement would be even numbers only, so 2 or 4.
Council, any further questions? Councillor Greenlaw?
And going back to the parking, because joyous, but are the driveways, are they 2-car widths? Do you know? Like, are they double garage driveways? What I'm wondering is if there was a variance where it was 2.2 meters wide or 2.5 meters, sorry, 2.2 or 2.5 meters long, you could at least parallel park in them instead of having them be like a half width, driveway that doesn't function that well. Do you know what I mean?
If you just give us a minute, we'll pull up the plans.
Councillor Pettingill, I'm hesitant to take another question while they're digging for an answer for this one. It seems to be taking some focus, but
It's related, I think.
okay.
I just want to clarify, though, as I understand, the purpose of these driveways is not for parking, so they're not intended to serve as parking.
Let's get to the plans and we'll have a discussion around what answers we get.
Yes, thank you. So the driveways are the width, the double wide width for the double garages. The 2-bedroom townhouse units have a single lane for the single car garage. Almost all the parking is located within the garages and the duplexes and townhouses, with the addition of surface parking for the lock-off suites and visitor parking.
Thanks.
Councillor Pettingill, did you want to venture your question or did we address that?
Oh, I felt like it got answered. That these
Okay.
were not intended to be parking spots.
Sorry, I'm seeing some hands in the audience, and this isn't something where there's participation from the gallery at this point. At this point, we can not that there will be later. That's me, but right now isn't the time. But there will be opportunity to. Sorry, Council. Any other questions on this? And really, it's the 2 variances that are the biggest pieces of this. I'm going to add, so I have a question here. Earlier, I was talking about the existing regulation that says 6 or no driveways at all. The recommendation we have before us has the wording is shall be a minimum of 1.6 meters in length and still contains the or no driveway is provided. If that or no driveway was provided piece left, would that, it doesn't sound like that changes the outcome here from a design perspective. Is that correct? Or is there a reason that staff feels that should remain?
Yes, agreed. It wouldn't affect the design at all if that wording was removed.
Okay. Thank you. So council, we've had our opportunity to ask questions. We have a recommendations before us. We're going to go to okay. Yeah, just making sure that we're going in the right direction. So, okay, so now is the time. I do have a piece to read in advance of hearing from the proponent or members of the public. So, this is for development permit 587 from Garibaldi Springs Phase 2. The proponent and members of the public will be given an opportunity to be heard electronically, via telephone, or from your computer with respect to council's consideration of development permit number 587, as well as in person. There are 2 proposed variances to the zoning bylaw, and the proposed variance is outlined in the staff report. Members of the public are reminded that you may only speak to the variances during this process. The variances are that section 12A3 development regulations be varied from maximum building height for principal buildings from 10.68 meters to a maximum building height for principal buildings of 11.18 meters. And that section 41.1 DI parking access be varied from access to all off-street parking in the form of driveways shall be a minimum of 6 meters in length or that no driveway is provided, to the access to all off-street parking in the form of driveways shall be a minimum of 1.6 meters in length or that no driveway is provided. All speakers will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address council. There are 2 opportunities to speak electronically and in person. I will first call on speakers participating in person. Please raise your hand and wait to be recognized. For all speakers, please approach the podium and start your remarks by clearly stating your name and neighborhood. Details to participate via telephone or WebEx platform are displayed on the screen or are about to be. For those who have logged in from your computer or are watching the live stream of the meeting and are also included on the district website. If you're participating by phone and wish to be added to the speakers list, press *3 on your telephone to raise your hand. If you are participating via WebEx platform, add your name to the speakers list by opening the participant panel and clicking on the hand icon. Please note that when it's your turn to speak, you will receive a voice prompt via telephone or a dialog box via WebEx. Please commence your remarks by clearly stating your name and address or neighborhood. Please note that speakers will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address council. If you're experiencing technical difficulties, please use the chat function to send the host a message or email hearing@squamish.ca, and we'll do our best to get you sorted. So now, there we go. Please approach the podium and you'll have 5 minutes to address council. If you could start by with your name and address or neighborhood.
Thank you. My name is Andreas Albert, 41120 Rockridge Place, right between the 2 developments. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Council and Mayor. We are concerned with the proposed parking variance. Safety is actually our prime concern in this particular case, as we believe a large number of cars from both phase 1 and 2 will end up being parked on Dowd and Tantalus, causing actually a higher number of safety risks to our school kids, which are in the Montessori school up on top, and also to cyclists. If we consider the Squamish typical lifestyle, what we see, the garages are actually filled with our toys. Includes bikes, skis, stand-up paddle boards, the list goes on. What we actually see is that many of us actually don't have the space to store our cars inside. And for us, many of us have 2 cars for commuting, for enjoying the outdoors. That's what we see as the typical scenario. This accounts for myself. And when we look around the neighborhood, that's actually what we see very broadly. So as an example, if I walk up to Skyridge, the pads are full with cars because the garages are used for storing what we enjoy doing. Greenside Estates, we see plenty of cars always along Tantalus. I'm not sure, 60, 70 cars probably on a normal day. And the list goes on when you look at along any of the normal developments. So what I see is, especially what you see already in phase 1, there's a likelihood that over 200 cars will be added, what they will need to be parked on Dowd and Tantalus. The challenge here is that the distance, first of all, between the development and the parking is actually quite large. So there's a lot of extra trips out of the development along the school and along the bike path, which many of us use. So that's what we are concerned about. And for the cyclist, it's a very significant risk. If we look at it, the bike lane, the way it's currently arranged, is between parked cars and the road traffic. And our risk is what people call dooring. The more cars are there, the higher your risks are. And there's countless studies on the web, what you can find, which highlights these risks. So just to consider a couple of ones, just to give you some numbers, Forrester is one of the studies and basically highlights that these type of bike lanes, what we have on Tantalus, are 2.6 times higher in risk than even biking just on a regular roadway. The UBC study, which is more recent, also highlighted that painted bike lanes next to parked cars is one of the greatest risks to cyclists. By contrast, physically separated bike lanes, which we have in the eastern section of Tantalus, are actually 10 times more safe. So when we look at this, we see the risks. A UK study even looked at it from a death perspective. It showed that about 8% of cyclists' death are caused by swerving into traffic to avoid car doors. So for me, it's basically by pushing the cars from where most of us park actually their cars into the streets, the way the bike lanes are arranged, we cause a safety concern. So I would like you to consider the safety aspects for the cyclists in our community and for our kids in the neighborhood as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to make a submission? Then I'll check online. Seeing no hands here. Do we have anyone online?
Thank you, Mayor Herford. There's no one online who wishes to speak at this time.
I guess I'll ask again if there's anyone in council chambers that would like to make a submission. Okay, well, seeing none, do I have to officially, it's like a hearing where I have to call 3 times. We can just, okay. Okay, so council, we've received our submission, and I think there were some written ones as well. So now we can consider what we'd like to do with this DP. Be looking for moving a recommendation. Or go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Are you seconding that, Councillor Stoner? Okay, would you like to speak to it, Councillor Hamilton?
Sure. Thank you very much to the members of the community who both wrote in and came in for this development proposal. I'd like to note that they are meeting the number of parking required in the community by the bylaw. The reduction in driveway length is not explicitly a reduction in the number of parked vehicles. The other thing I'd like to point out as impressive is that the garages, and I don't know how many, I don't know if it's all of them, but the garages include spaces for parking, which I'm assuming are separate from the space for the car to park, leading to the idea that you can park both your toys and your vehicle in your garage. So with that, I would like to support this development proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner, and then I've got Councillor Greenlaw.
Thank you. I too will be supporting the motion on the floor. I think that the variances requested are justifiable at this point. The proposed variation in building heights, I think, is rational depending on where they're being applied. There's good reason for the steep slopes not being able to achieve the proposed heights in the original zoning, as well as recognizing the impacts of our flood control level for those that are on the lower parts of this lot. So I think that those are justifiable. With respect to the variance for the driveway length, I too concur with my council colleagues' comments that this is actually not a reduction in parking. It's not a parking variance. It's actually just a reduction in the amount of length that you have to get into your driveway. And so I appreciate that there's a tendency to fill our garages with toys and not with our cars. But we're also moving in a direction of trying to understand how we better ensure that we're enforcing parking on public spaces, so that in public streets, so that we are paying for that and not utilizing it as a free resource to folks who have filled their driveways, or sorry, their garages with all their things and then are expecting to use public streets for free. So I think that that is an additional piece of work that we need to do as a council, as a district, but that there is sufficient amount of parking that is being provided on site for this development relative to the zoning bylaw. And I think you can get in and out of your driveway safely in 1.6 meters. You don't need all 6 meters necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
I'd like to speak against the variance in the driveway length. I get that this is not going to be used for parking, but my concern is also around the safety. Inevitably, people will be stopping in front of these residences to pick up, drop off, pop in quickly. My experience of short driveways is that they simply are not very functional and they're a bit dangerous. I'm thinking about looking back to my experiences when I had a small child visiting somebody with two small children visiting somebody with short driveways. It was just a mess. People are going to want to be pulling over and getting kids out of cars and such like that. People with mobility and accessibility issues, they need to be dropped off close to their house. And I would consider a variance that would allow someone to pull properly off of the road in order to access their house, even though they're not parking there permanently. But I think that that would be a much more functional and usable design. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm speaking in favor of this motion, and I'll note that these variances are primarily driven by the steep slope that we're dealing with in this particular area, and something needs to be done to allow for construction of homes in this steep slope area. And I think that where we've landed with these variances is reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I will be supporting this, the development permit. It makes sense to me, the variances as presented. There is more than enough parking to meet our parking requirements, which I think are already giving too much focus to vehicles and too much dedication of our spaces to vehicles. And to add on significantly large driveways on top of that as a requirement, just seems at odds with what we're trying, where we're trying to go. And so I think, especially given the steep slopes, this is a reasonable adjustment, and so happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
I will also be speaking in support of the staff recommendation. I would also wish to commend the speaker from the audience this evening. I felt that his comments were very well articulated and outlined some issues and concerns and things to watch for ongoing in future. On another topic, I look forward to a community conversation that would include architects and our developer community regarding DPA 3 design guidelines. We have a reference in our report to council from the advisory design panel, quote, reconsider color use. I'm not sure what the detailed minutes might reveal as to that conversation at the ADP forum. We had also our staff presenter has referred to colors reflecting the maritime environment. I would have to ask whether there may be others in the community beside myself that whether we note a conservatism that is being encouraged with respect to facade colors being encouraged by our OCP and DPA guidelines. We have about 160 to 180 gray days in Squamish. They do in the Netherlands too. And in new developments in the Netherlands, you will often see very imaginative and common featuring of color. Just a note, and it's one that I made in the past, but I think that this developer has produced a quality developments in the past, and this is another one. I think this is more of a community conversation, and I'll just use the example of the note in the ADP minutes to bring it up again. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment to eliminate the or that no driveway is provided from the current motion, and I'll speak to it. So you're seconding that, Councillor French? Thank you. This has been, I'm speaking in support of, well, overall I'm supportive of this direction. I think this piece is important to recognize that this has been, what we've been asked to do is actually increase from 0 to 1.6, the minimum required driveway, not to reduce from 6 to 1.6 on all the driveways. And I think leaving the or that no driveway is provided in there doesn't clearly communicate what we've actually been, the question we've actually been asked here tonight. So I think this is an important piece of clarity for the conversation around this topic. Anyone else on the amendment? Councillor French.
I'll just note that I was hoping that the original mover would have taken care of this for us, but this is where we're at.
Any other comments on this? So this is on the amendment. All in favor? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Now back to the motion as amended. I'm supportive of this direction. The key questions here really were increasing the driveway length from 0 to 1.6 meters for a minimum. And I think that's totally reasonable. There are examples throughout our community where there are challenges with, I've lived in a zero driveway situation, and it was quite shocking when you come right out into the traffic. So having any space there is greater than 0 is helpful. Also, the design of the garages has evolved as well, and there have been learnings around what that Squamish lifestyle is, and the fact that people will need to store things in their units, and that isn't something that was considered or given the appropriate weight in the past. So I'm comfortable with this. The parking requirements are all met if 0 driveways were provided. So I'm supportive of this direction, and the height piece I think is absolutely appropriate given the complexities of building on the terrain, and will have no impact on surrounding residents. So I'm happy to support. And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Greenlaw opposes. Thank you. And so those were all together. So thank you so much. And maybe we'll do the consent agenda, and then we'll do a quick break before we get into the next piece, which will be. Is there anyone who would like to pull anything from the consent agenda? Councillor Greenlaw.
I'd like to pull item 40703 C Blanchard RE View Royal commits to sue Big Oil.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with that elsewhere in the appropriate spot on the agenda. Councillor Anderson.
I would like to pull, Mayor Herford, item A2, the regular business meeting minutes from July 4.
July 4th, regular business? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pennegill.
I'd like to pull July 11th Committee of the Whole minutes, please.
July 11th, Committee of the Whole. Anybody else? Okay, so with those 3 pieces moved to the appropriate spot on the agenda, can I have someone move the consent agenda? Moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Councillor French. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you so much. So actually, let's get through these committee recommendations to Committee of the Whole, and then we'll do our break before we get into the zoning piece. Should be pretty straightforward. So now we have consideration of council committee recommendations. The first one is around the operating agreement, expansions memorandum of understanding and updates with BC Transits, moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we had the Waterfront Landing South OCP plan and zoning amendment introduction. Moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have the temporary use permit number 74 for the FortisBC construction yard. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor Anderson. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Stoner and Councillor Greenlaw oppose. No? Okay. And then, so that was Councillor Stoner and Greenlaw opposing on that one. And then temporary use permit 73, FortisBC Workforce Lodge. And this is that council received the FortisBC Workforce Lodge temporary use permit report for information and provide feedback as received at the meeting and so forth. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor Anderson. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So now we're going to take, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back at 1:45. So we'll give us 10 minutes to stretch. We've been here a bit, and then we'll move on to the zoning bylaw updates. Okay, and we are back. We're on to section 10A, zoning bylaw update phase 1. And I will turn it over to our staff to introduce themselves and the topics.
Thank you, Mayor Herford. Good evening, Mayor and Council and members of the public. My name is Brian Daly, planner with Community Planning, and I'm here tonight to present a number of zoning bylaw amendments that will form the first phase of the 2023 zoning bylaw update. In February 2019, the district initiated a comprehensive update of zoning bylaw 2200-2011. The project was intended to address 4 major topics, including align zoning with the OCP, increase flexibility, improve functionality, and address gaps in the existing bylaw. Work on the Stage 3 general amendments and marine zoning update was completed in 2022. Previous zoning bylaw updates have partially completed alignment with the 2017 OCP. The 2023 update intends to largely finish the policy alignment process. The 2023 zoning bylaw update includes the following property-specific and technical amendments. The first section covers including property-specific density bonus schemes to incentivize affordable rental and market rental housing. The second is aligning zoning on properties with environmentally sensitive areas and steep slopes with OCP policy. The third are property-specific technical amendments, and the final section are technical amendments related to outdoor appliances and facilitating affordable housing. So my intention to structure this presentation is to present bylaws kind of grouped together if they have a common theme, or individually stop after each section, allow council to ask questions and then pass a motion, and then move on to the next one because there are 12 amendments, and unfortunately this will be a lengthy presentation. So the first bylaw is bylaw 2980, and it covers 39773 and 39775 Government Road, which are currently zoned RM2 with a maximum density of 0.8 FAR, or floor area ratio. A development permit application proposing 51 townhomes was submitted in 2017, but was never completed, and the file was closed. Staff are proposing to adjust the permitted density from 0.8 to 0.3 FAR and add a density bonus that would increase the allowable FAR to 1.0, provided that a minimum of 10% of all residential floor area on site is secured as affordable rental housing, and 10% is secured as purpose-built market rental housing in perpetuity through a housing agreement. This could result in approximately 800 square meters of affordable rental gross floor area and the same amount of market rental should the applicant take advantage of the density bonus. The low carbon building standard would remain as an additional requirement of the existing density bonuses. The next bylaw is bylaw 2981, and it is related to 3018 The Crescent, which is a large undeveloped parcel across from the Quest campus parcel and adjacent to single unit dwellings in the University Heights subdivision. The current UH1 Area 1A zoning would permit an 112 unit apartment building. Staff are proposing to require 30% of the units to be restricted to residential rental tenure. This could result in 32 units being secured for residential rental tenure. Staff are not proposing a density bonus scheme for this parcel, as it would require the reallocation of units from other parcels in the UH1 zone, which would result in a density bonus scheme that would be quite challenging to administer. The final bylaw associated with the first section is bylaw 3001, and it concerns the Westway Apartments. So the Westway Apartments contain 96 apartments in 8 buildings that were constructed in the 1960s. The building's age indicates that redevelopment of the parcel is likely in the medium term. The current RM3 zoning permits a floor area ratio of 1.0, which allows for up to 22,620 square meters of gross floor area and buildings up to 15 meters in height. Staff are proposing to add a density bonus for this parcel that would increase the floor area ratio to 1.5, provided that 10% of all residential floor area on site is secured as affordable rental housing, and an additional 10% is secured as purpose-built market rental housing in perpetuity through a housing agreement. This could result in 2,714 square meters of affordable rental gross floor area and the same amount of market rental, should the owners take advantage of the density bonus. Staff are not proposing to reduce the density on the site, as the property is already developed with existing dwellings. A larger amount of floor area ratio density bonus increase is proposed in this case, as no reduction in existing FAR is advisable. An additional 0.5 FAR would likely be required to incentivize the provision of affordable and market rental housing in a redevelopment scenario. Staff are also proposing to add neighborhood commercial as a permitted use on this site, given that it is adjacent to an existing neighborhood node and could present an opportunity for additional commercial space in a redevelopment scenario. The property-specific amendments to include density bonuses to incentivize affordable and market rental housing is aligned with the following OCP objective and policies shown on this slide. So staff's recommendation is to give bylaws 2980, 2981, and 3001 first and second reading, and to schedule a public hearing for these bylaws on October 3rd at 6 p.m. Alternatively, council could refer any of these bylaws back to staff. So with that, I'm happy to take questions on these bylaws at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton and Stoner.
Thanks. Regarding the Westway Avenue rezoning, what sort of difference in how many more units would be potential in that with this rezoning compared to what's there now?
Through the chair, there is no specific unit metric associated in the zone. It's based on gross floor area, so it would be up to a proponent to make an application. So it's really challenging to determine that.
I'll let you ponder that, Councillor Hamilton. I can see it happening. We'll go to Councillor Stoner and then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Through the chair, just curious if you can remind me, have we applied the residential rental tenure to the Westway apartments?
Through the chair, not on this property, no. It was the properties across the street that were unstratified.
And the reason that this one was not included is because it's stratified?
That's correct.
Got it. And then my other question was going to be, why are we not seeking to secure 15% of affordable rental? I think that's the direction that we're going in with the proposed updates to the CAC policy. 10% seems low.
Through the chair, staff thought it was prudent to align with the existing policy, and we're also requiring 10% to be market rental as well. So that's on top of that. And also staff wanted to come up with a density bonus that might be realistic to a property owner actually taking. If we raise it too high, there's a chance they might not explore or, utilize that density bonus.
Okay, appreciate that rationale. And then just following that, we have heard, especially as of recent, some challenges from folks who have been trying to secure financing for units or for buildings that have both the affordable rental as well as market rental. And so I'm just curious if we've thought about that at all in terms of proposing specifically on these sites requiring both affordable as well as market rental.
Through the mayor, that's a great question. Our understanding is the challenge is when the affordable units are being donated. It's okay to combine these units, but as long as they're owned under the same entity or they're both privately owned, essentially. So the issues we see is when the units get purposed for a housing society or some other organization.
Okay, Councillor Anderson, then Pennegill.
Mr. Daly, I'm a veteran of the Scott Crescent development community dialogue, which extended from 2005 to 2014, and the main focus of it was traffic and the traffic implications, not least for the Clark and Guildford and the Clark and Highway 99 intersections. My question relates to the Westway Village, which will be using, for these folks, using these two intersections. And I would wanting to understand how, and I do appreciate that it's difficult and not practical really to determine a unit metric as to how many extra units and there will be, but how do we take into account the potential traffic impacts of a substantial densification, number of units, additional units at this site. Given that we do have this long-standing concern about these two intersections and Westway Avenue as well, and in addition, we have other proposed developments using this route to enter the highway or come from the highway. How do we take this into account? What are the mechanisms we can use to evaluate and plan for this increase in number of units at Westway Village, which may be significant? Thank you.
Through the mayor, so staff are able to ask for a traffic impact assessment for larger redevelopment sites, especially if there's a known deficiency in the neighborhood. Also, if the proponents decided they wanted to do a higher density than what was proposed, that would obviously require rezoning application, which would trigger a referral to the Ministry of Transportation, who could also ask for a traffic impact assessment. But those are two tools that we could use to determine that.
Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I guess it's more anecdotally, but I understand that although the Westway buildings are stratified, they're still providing a significant amount of more affordable rental at this point. I understand other municipalities have looked at tools as they rezone and so on to avoid rent evictions and displacement and so on. And I'm just wondering, have we had an opportunity to dig into what sort of policies are required to avoid that sort of thing from happening?
Through the mayor. So we have looked at different tools that some of the other municipalities have used. And in this case on Westway, that property likely needs a lot more density, what we're proposing, to make it feasible to kind of accommodate the relocation of residents from maybe some of the rental units through the redevelopment process. So in essence, we're not expecting that this rezoning will necessarily facilitate a redevelopment, rather than an indication that higher density is supported here and that there would be additional requirements if proponents wanted to increase the density from where it is now. But in short, essentially, we would need to structure a very specific zoning with likely much higher density in order to accommodate that tenant relocation process.
So just so I understand that, is there, we anticipate is that it's ultimately where we will end up, and what we're proposing is sort of a placeholder which will help push things that way. Is that the sort of idea?
That's correct for the Westway apartments. Yeah.
So if that is our goal, is there a risk then in actually putting in 15 or 20% non-market rental? The understanding is this is the conversation starter, and then we don't, we take less of a risk.
For staff, the best rationale we have when changing zoning on individual properties like this is to be based in existing policy. So that's why we recommend following existing policy and sticking to 10%.
Okay. Any other questions on this? I'm going to venture my own. I'll come back around to those that have spoken already. In relation to the University Heights area, it sticks out in the report as it just uses different language to talk about unit allocations and so on. And at any part of the zoning update, will we be able to do away with this type of language so it's more aligned with how we normally, the other ways we score things as far as FARs and so on, or just what's happening there? Or is that something that's that we kind of need to live with till the whole area is developed? It's just, there seems to be an inconsistency there, which I think the zoning amendment or the zoning update is meant to address things like this. So where does that piece sit?
So through you, Mayor, the university sub-area plan identifies the total number of dwelling units that can be proposed up there. So it's iffy if doing away with that would be aligned with that neighborhood plan. It's quite prescriptive. And there's known there are servicing implications with even just meeting the existing units that are allocated up there. So that's why staff haven't ventured into amending that at this time. It would likely require amending that neighborhood, that sub area plan as well.
Yeah, thank you. And really it was, doing away with is a bit strong, but just aligning it with other processes or expressing it in a different way. I did find that a bit challenging as I was trying to weigh all of these things. And earlier you mentioned that a rezoning can trigger an MOTI referral. Is that something that happens in this form of the process, or is that only as we're amending, or is that something that may be triggered only down the line? I'm just wondering about the knock-on effects of these pieces.
So anytime a zoning bylaw amendment affects a property within 800 meters of a controlled access highway, it has to be approved by the Ministry of Transportation before it is adopted.
And that includes the vast majority of the valley. So that would include that parcel in Valleycliff that the line of questioning was on earlier?
Yes, that's correct. I believe it is approximately 800 meters.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we do need to do these individually. So are you moving or are you question? Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Still trying to formulate my my question from before. So, and it's interesting that the unit count in the dwelling count in the university sub-area plan is getting to the question of, how much should we put in an area? That was, I assume that's what that dwelling count was trying to address. And then as we rezone, we ensure that whoever is requesting the rezoning, that they are contributing to the traffic, the infrastructure, and everything that's required. By allowing this, by passing this Westway Avenue rezoning, are we reducing in any way what we are able to request from a developer to contribute to the Valleycliff community in terms of amenities, be it traffic or any other of the community amenities we might ask for?
Through the mayor, I would not suggest that. This is intending to try and incentivize or encourage affordable and market rental housing in a redevelopment scenario. Currently, they could there's nothing stopping those owners from submitting an application under the current 1.0 FAR, and not like that would be a development permit. There would be no requirement to provide affordable or market rental housing. This is sort of an encouragement to do so. It's also not mandatory, even if it does pass.
And just to add to Mr. Daly's answer, generally, and this is our policy, that we don't use community amenities for improving services infrastructure. So we would be capturing any infrastructure related fees on any development through development cost charges that apply to development permit and building permit.
Councillor Pettingill?
Just a reminder with our the sort of CAC policy update we're looking at 15 to 20-ish for affordable market, or that's what we talked about. Is there a number, I can't recall, for market rental, or was it we were strictly focused on an affordable or below market target?
Market rental is not really addressed in the CC policy as an amenity. It's just considered as a we use OCP policy essentially for a variety of housing tenures when we secure market rental.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Just following up on this piece. So I appreciate staff's rationale of grounding things in existing policy, and that's where the 10% came from. I also read into that it's council's direction if we want to go higher than that. And that's the conversations that we have had. We've had in practice, new rezonings are at the 15%, and that's the conversation of an update in the CAC policy. What I'm curious to hear from staff is, So we are providing, so this is not a requirement. If somebody wants to rebuild with their existing zoning, they can. This is an incentive bonus structure. We are still providing additional FAR and construction, like ability to construct more square footage. So is there any way of testing whether like 15% would actually be like a no-go? Or is it just we're feeling it out and 10% seems like it's probably the most reasonable place to land with the hopes that people will take up the density bonus structure?
Just to clarify, so the Westway apartment is an optional bonus. The first one on Government Road, the current density is being reduced lower than what is currently permitted. And at the university parcel, it's a requirement that 30% be provided as residential rental tenure. So that's, they don't have to, or to build any units on the university parcel, 30% of however many units get built would have to be residential rental tenure. On the Government Road one, they could build to that base density, which is lower than what is currently allowed.
Okay. So happy with more questions. We do have staff recommendations, and just a reminder, we'll need to do them individually. So the first one on the list is the is for the 39773 and 39775 Government Road. And Councillor Hampton, removing that?
Yep, I'll move the Government Road.
The staff
motion.
recommendation.
Yep.
Okay. And are you seconding that, Councillor French? Would you like to speak to it at all?
I think this is an opportunity for us to provide some additional housing to provide this density bonus boost in an area that is definitely going in that direction in our town. So,
any other comments on this? Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
I'd like to propose an amendment that section 2A1 of the bylaw be amended to read that 15% of all residential floor area is secured as affordable rental housing in perpetuity.
Do we have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Greenlaw, are you seconding that? Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, I think that this is more in line with the direction that this council and previous council have gone with respect to trying to secure more percentage of affordable housing units in redevelopment scenarios, and appreciate that this is still a density bonus incentive scheme. But I think that keeping that in line with the direction that we're going, that 10% is not sufficient. What we're looking for is 15%. And I'd like to keep that consistent across the direction that we're going.
Any other comments on this? I think that the combination of 10% of affordable and 10% market, which are two pieces that weren't included previously, hits the bar for me. That's 20% of the project. An additional, we'll be dictating 25% of this of what's there or what's to be constructed if we move that. I appreciate the overall intent, but I think that the 10 and 10 is a balanced recommendation from our staff, and we do have needs broadly across the community for affordable units and for market units. And an incentive program that doesn't get subscribed to doesn't have the desired impact. So I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation, and I won't be supporting this amended motion. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Mayor Herford, Councillor French opposed. Oh, and Councillor Anderson opposes. Motion carries. So now we're on to the motion as amended. And any additional comments on this before we call the question? I do think this one is a step, as amended, is a step too far, and cross the threshold. I won't be able to support, as I don't think it will have the desired impact. Although I appreciate the swinging for the fences, but this feels like a step too far for me, so I won't be supporting. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Anderson, French, and Mayor Herford opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we'll go on to the Crescent. This is the University Heights piece, moved by Councillor French. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hamilton. Anyone want to speak to this one? Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. And I'll just simply say that I'm looking forward to hearing community feedback at the public hearing on this one. I think there will be a fair amount of interest in this particular property once we get it to public hearing.
Yep, thank you. And that's a great reminder that this is but one step in the process. So seeing no other hands, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next, we're on to 38171 to 38185 Westway Avenue. And I will move the staff recommendation. Looking for a seconder, Councillor Hamilton. And I'll be brief. I think this is a great direction, and is unlike the other two properties. It does have existing buildings on it, and I think the recommendations really take that into consideration. And I think we've come up with something here that maybe has a strong likelihood of being actioned as they consider redevelopment going forward. So I'm happy to support. Anyone else speaking on this one? Councillor Pettingill, then French.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and maybe I just wasn't quick enough. I was considering referring this one back to staff. I guess my concern is, because of what I understand, I am concerned about seeing rent evictions there, and I think whatever we do, in my book, needs to end up with more lower market or below market rental than we have now. And I understand there needs to be some development there at the same time, and so it's making these things happen. And so I worry if this zoning and sort of, if we're just striving for 10% non-market, if that's good enough. I don't think it is. I guess struggling a bit for a suggestion of what to do. Otherwise, maybe just rezone it rental and then have discussions with people about something better. I don't know, but I'm struggling with the 10 and 10% right now. So I'll just leave my comments. I'm going to stew on this while other people are speaking.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. There's definitely a laundry list of concerns with this one, as reflected in the number of questions that we had just from our seats, and the wide range of concerns. It's a complicated property, especially in light of the fact of the age of those buildings and the fact that they sat vacant for a long period of time because of the quality of the units and requiring significant repair. So I think I just am going to repeat what I said previously about looking forward to the public hearing on this one. Really want to hear from the neighborhood and what folks in Valleycliff are feeling about this move.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
The Westway Village site is a significant parcel and opportunity for the types of housing that should be of great interest to us and for the community. I've highlighted some concerns, and others have as well. The Scott Crescent traffic impact is an unknown. I'm a former resident of the precinct and very familiar with this with these facilities. The parking situation today is abundant. There is little pressure on Westway from this facility, but that could change in future. There's a number of things that could change: traffic impact, parking. The Squamish Mall has never had full tenancy. I don't think ever. And so I would look forward to a number of stakeholders coming forward from the community, not only from the neighborhood, but property developers at North Crumpet and Squamish Mall to come forward with their perspectives. They have significant investments, not least in a planning process for their developments. So, but I feel comforted by staff's comments and orientation around how we're going to take into account some of these things. But I do have some reservation regarding the commercial space and the traffic impact in the total picture. Looking forward to the opportunity of a public hearing. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands on this one, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, on to section B.
So the following property-specific amendments are intended to align zoning on properties with environmentally sensitive and steep slope areas with OCP policies. So Bylaw 2983 considers 1901 Maple Drive and 40782 Perth Drive, which are undeveloped properties that contain steep slopes and environmentally sensitive areas on site. There have been 2 subdivision applications at 40782 Perth Drive since 2016, the first for 12 lots, the second for 6 lots. Both applications were not completed and expired. A rezoning application for a 42-unit apartment building at 1901 Maple Drive was submitted in 2018 and was never completed. Staff are proposing to amend the RS1 zoning on both properties to allow for 1 single-unit dwelling or 1 duplex or 1 triplex or 4plex on each property. This would preclude this. It also proposes to increase the minimum lot size on each property, which would preclude subdivision of either lot, but still allow for residential development on the property. Amending the RS1 zoning to preclude subdivision and permit a range of lower density housing is aligned with the following OCP objectives and policies shown on this slide. And staff are recommending giving first and second reading for bylaw number 2983 and scheduling a public hearing for October 3rd at 6 p.m. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Council, questions on these two? All right, if there's none, I'd be looking, would welcome a mover. Councillor Stoner moves. And these are both, we're able to do these both together, is that correct?
That's correct. They're under one bylaw.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Stoner moves, and did I see, oh, Councillor Pettingill seconds? Great, would you like to speak to it? Councillor Stoner? No, okay. Any comments on this one? Councillor Anderson?
Excuse me. On the property 1901 Maple Drive, there happens to be a very productive tributary of the Little Squamish Creek. It is accounts for a very large percentage of the coho spawning on the Little Squamish system. I'm happy to note that our district GIS system clearly identifies this tributary. Otherwise, I may be a little bit nervous. I'm skeptical that we can find the setbacks and balance, but what we're doing here is taking the next steps towards allowing a review and a proposal to come forward. And the new parameters, I think I can, I'm happy to support at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking in support of the motion, I think this sets some realistic expectations for the property owners and the community about what may be able to be achieved on these sites. And as we've seen some other attempts to get to get further in the process on some larger pieces. So I think this is totally appropriate course of action this time. So happy to support. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're on to section C.
So these are property-specific technical amendments. The first is Bylaw 2976, which contains amendments to the Assembly District P2 zone to allow for neighborhood commercial as a permitted use and to amend the definition of public service to include services provided by the provincial or federal government and includes affordable housing provided by a government agency or nonprofit. The intent of the P2 zone is to provide essential public services and accommodate government, administrative, recreational, cultural, and other related facilities which serve the entire district. Given that the majority of the uses permitted in the P2 zone are institutional, and most properties with P2 zoning are owned by the district or province, staff consider adding neighborhood commercial appropriate as a complementary use that could improve the public's experience when accessing institutional services. The proposal to amend public service is currently defined as a use providing for district-led services, is a use that is permitted in all zones and is subject to the general regulation section 4.48, which includes relaxations for such buildings from siting and other requirements of an applicable zone. These regulations were added as part of the phase three of the 2020 zoning bylaw update, and their intention was to facilitate faster delivery of public facilities. An example would be the temporary Tantalus Fire Hall. Had these regulations not been in place, this would have required a rezoning application or temporary use permit to permit the use on that site. Expanding the definition of public service use to include services provided by the provincial or federal government and including affordable housing provided by a government agency or nonprofit is intended to allow for the same flexibility for the services that these levels of government may provide. So the amendments associated with Bylaw 2976 are aligned with the following OCP objectives and policies shown on this slide. And staff are recommending giving first and second reading for Bylaw 2976 and scheduling a public hearing for October 3rd at 6 p.m.
And with this section, would you like us to go through maybe, because each piece is quite different, we'll do them individually for questions as well? Is that
sure?
Feels like the path forward here for us. Okay, questions on this particular piece? Councillor Stoner?
Thank you, through the chair. Just on this item, the staff report and your comments, Mr. Daly, say that most properties with P2 zoning are owned by the district or the province. That's not all. So I'm curious who owns the other ones and the impact that might have given the definition that we're applying to the P2 zone.
I am fairly certain that it is owned by the district, the province, or the school board. So I guess that could also fall under the province, but the vast majority fall under that ownership.
Okay, any other questions on this topic? And if not, I'd welcome a mover. Councillor Hamilton?
Just a question you might be able to answer as I'm looking through the bylaw. Allowing the permitted use of neighborhood commercial, that is explicitly a supplementary use or a complementary use. It's not a primary use. Is that correct?
It is allowed as a primary use in this. The intention would be that it would be allowed in conjunction or with these other uses. I suppose there could be a scenario in which that could develop as a neighborhood commercial piece, but it would be quite unlikely. It would just be challenging for that to be an accessory use to an institutional use, because a coffee shop wouldn't technically be ancillary to a hospital or a police station or something like that.
Sorry, maybe my language of accessory use is not the technical use of accessory use. I mean, the primary use of that land, of that area, is still institutional use, and then the neighborhood commercial is an additional smaller use, like for example, Brennan Park with a cafe or I know that's,
As it's currently drafted, it is just an additional use that's permitted in the zone. Staff considered that it would likely roll out in the scenario that you've described, but I suppose technically someone could come forward with a neighborhood commercial proposal on one of these sites. But given that the majority of the properties are owned by the entities that were previously listed, staff felt that that was unlikely.
Any other, do you have another follow-up? Yep, go ahead.
Completely understand it's unlikely. But is there any wording that might be suggested that could limit this? Because I don't see why we would allow neighborhood commercial in any P2 zone as the primary use. Any wording that you could suggest to narrow this to neighborhood commercial in support of institutional use?
Yes, I would have to pull up the bylaw, but I would suggest adding a subject to after the neighborhood commercial, and then we would add a condition of use into the zone. Perhaps I might recommend doing this later on in the agenda, because I would have to actually draft something formal, because you could do it, you could add a condition of use and say that this is only permitted with a primary institutional use. But I am hesitant to wordsmith that on the spot.
I'm just looking at the bylaw itself, and I think you could just simply add, if that's what council wish to do, is simply add to neighborhood commercial in that amendment as an accessory use.
Okay. I don't see any other questions here. And just as a general comment around, as we move through these, we've been making some good progress. I think that this solution to that concern it seems neat and tidy and worth considering. But we do have the ability to refer this to a future committee of the whole or somewhere else if it gets really technical in nature. So just if we're not being if we can't get to a place, that is not an option here that that we can use. But I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew the sort of procedurally. I thought it seems unlikely we'll get through all of these without something being that we can't overcome. But so on this one, I feel like we're ready to make a motion. And I'm pausing long enough to see if Councillor Hamilton has the wording here. Go ahead.
All right. How to word this? So I'd like to make a motion that bylaw number 2976/2023, or the recommended bylaw, be amended. Be given first and second reading with the following amendment. Be given first and second reading as amended, and I'll give the amendment. Okay, the suggested amendment is section 2B, that section 18, Assembly District P2, subsection 18(1). Get the right words here. Yep, permitted uses is amended by adding the following after subsection T. And nope. And you don't need to reletter any subsequent letterings. There we go. The following after subsection T. Neighborhood commercial.
Councillor Stoner has seconded this. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to speak to this at all, or?
I think I completely agree with staff. This is an unlikely scenario where some government institution is all of a sudden going to put up a shopping mall or a neighborhood commercial, but I think it behooves us to close loopholes when we can.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this one? Go ahead, Councillor French.
Just wondering if we could hear that back from staff.
I think we can. I think. Stay tuned.
It might need to be cleaned up a little bit, but it's that the bylaw be given first and second reading as amending section 2B18 Assembly District P2 permitted uses by adding neighborhood commercial at the end.
And Mr. Davis, did you have any clarification? I saw you had your mic on. I just wondered if you were Okay, and the wording as read accomplishes that. Okay, so without seeing no other questions or no other hands, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next is back to staff for the next one.
So the next bylaw is bylaw 2977, which is subject to the Brackendale Art Gallery. The Brackendale Art Gallery was constructed across the shared property line between 41864 and 41894 Government Road. However, the parcels do not have the same zoning. One is zoned C1 and the other is zoned RS2. So bylaw 2977 proposes to rezone 41894 Government Road from RS2 to C1, which is currently in place on the adjacent parcel. The amendment also proposes to include artisan as a permitted use in the C1 zone to allow for a wider array of artisan uses supported by the property owner. Staff consider this use appropriate for the C1 zoning. So with that, staff recommend giving first and second reading for bylaw 2977 and scheduling a public hearing for October 3rd.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. My understanding is there is some residential on this property. So does rezoning it all to commercial put that at risk?
I believe accessory residential is a permitted use in the C1 zone.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor French moves, and I'll second it. Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. There are a few things about this that make me happy. The combination of addressing what we have in front of us with new owners who are choosing to move away from anarchy and follow rules. That's all I got.
Any other comments on this? Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Brackendale has 3 commercial nodes or neighborhood nodes. I guess we might, but there's also the other south of Eagle Run, but I'm thinking of the Brackendale Store, Brackendale Art Gallery, and Eagle Run. And they each share constraints, physical constraints. Brackendale, it would be great if we can allow neighborhood nodes to be realized in Brackendale. And one of those constraints is that we are dealing with, I feel, here tonight, and it'll of course be put to the public, but housing it can be a constraint on the potential of these nodes. They are each of them facing issues that, and I'm happy that we're going to, I trust that we're going to be looking out for the opportunity through our measures to allow them to unfold as they can as neighborhood and commercial nodes. And I feel this is where the direction we're heading. And I'll be appreciating the opportunity to hear from the public, in particular the Brackendale public, as to how this may suit their needs and vision for the Brackendale Art Gallery hub as a neighborhood node for Brackendale.
Thank you. Speaking in support of the motion, I think the sort of legitimization of the use that's there, that is an important community use, and that happened. Perhaps anarchy was used earlier. We'll say in an organic way by the late great Tor Frozlev, who was the original sort of the energy here. And I think that this is totally appropriate and really just legitimizes what's there. It doesn't really change much for me except for that legitimacy, which I at some points I wasn't sure if that would ever happen in this spot. So I'm quite happy to see this piece here. Yep, go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
For fear of going down an over-engineering road again, when I looked up in the residential uses that were allowed in the C1 zone, and it's specific to caretaker dwellings, which have quite a few caveats on them. if there is an existing residence on that property and it's rezoned to C1, does it become legal non-conforming and can stay there?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Back to you.
Next up is Bylaw 2978, which concerns Unit B at 1005 Industrial Way. The Sea to Sky location of the BC SPCA is located at Unit B, 1005 Industrial Way. The organization has been operating out of this location under a temporary use permit since 2017, as the I-11 zoning and previous I-1 zoning do not permit uses related to pets apart from pet grooming. TUP 52 was renewed in 2020 for 3 years and expires this year. Staff have consulted with the BC SPCA and agree that the most suitable uses currently defined in the zoning bylaw for their operation would fall under kennel and pet daycare. Bylaw 2978 proposes to spot zone these uses at Unit B, 1005 Industrial Way, so that the BC SPCA can continue their operations at this location. The amendment also proposes to add language around cats to the definition of kennel, as it currently only speaks to the overnight boarding or breeding of 4 or more dogs. So staff are recommending giving first and second reading to Bylaw 2978 and scheduling a public hearing for October 3rd.
Councillor Pettingill, then French.
Just wondering why we didn't go down a road instead of language like not-for-profit animal rescue or that type of use.
Staff were trying to work with existing definitions in the zoning bylaw on this. That could be something that could be explored in a future zoning bylaw update, certainly, and applied to this parcel as well.
Okay, I guess my concern a little bit is I think we've had concerns about the business park and erosion into sort of animal kennels and gyms and restaurants, as I understand. And so I worry if this is being a little too generous. And I also note that my understanding is SPCA often or sometimes has birds, rabbits, turtles, rats, and so on, which doesn't seem to be included in the new kennel definition. So I'm just wondering if this hits the mark yet.
So through the chair, the concern regarding the proliferation of kennels in the business park would not be applicable, as it is only allowed on this specific site. And I don't, again, staff have picked the existing definitions that best suit. I don't think they would take a very strict interpretation if there was birds or things like that also in there. But that could certainly be, addressed in a future zoning bylaw update. As you know, there's many of them ongoing. The intention is to allow this use as soon as possible as the temporary use permit is expiring.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. I had the same concern as Councillor Pettingill that cats and dogs make it too restrictive, but I think what I've heard from staff alleviates the concern, and it sounds like we can address this later.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Councillor Stoner moves. Councillor Hamilton seconds. Would you like to speak to it at all? Nope. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'm supporting this, given it does seem like there's some time urgency, but I do think even though it's just this one site, given some of the previous discussions, I'd feel more comfortable if we were a little more narrow rather than just adding another kennel option in the business park more generally for the future. So something I would hope to see, I guess, in a future amendment.
Okay. I don't see any other hands, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Back to you.
Next up is Bylaw 2979, which concerns 41668 and 41678 Finn Road, which are the 2 remaining parcels in the district that have a land use contract in place and no zoning. Land use contracts were allowed in BC between 1971 and 1978 as a form of site-specific contractual arrangement between local governments and landowners. The intent was to allow for more flexibility than traditional zoning when the land use contract legislation was repealed in 1978. The existing contracts remained in place. However, no new contracts could be created. In 2014, the Local Government Act was changed to terminate all land use contracts by June 30th, 2024. Local governments are required to apply zoning to parcels that had land use contracts in place, and staff are proposing to apply the rural residential 2 zone to these properties, as this zoning is most similar to the previous land use contracts and is consistent with the zoning of the adjacent parcel at 1680 Edwards Road and the residential neighborhoods land use designation in the OCP. So staff recommend giving bylaw 2979 first and second reading and scheduling a public hearing for October 3rd.
Thank you. Council, questions, or does anyone want to move? Councillor Hamilton moves. Councillor Stoner seconds. Any comments? Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Just for everyone's interest, 41678 Finn Road is the oldest building in Brackendale. It's the Edwards Farm. It's older than the Judd Home and the Brackendale Store by a good number of years, and is in excellent condition as a heritage property. Thank you.
All right, and I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Next up is bylaw 2982, which concerns 2595 Manquam Road, which is located just east of the bridge over the Masheter Creek and has been used as an automotive mechanic shop, as the current C5 zoning used to permit this use. A zoning bylaw amendment in 1995 changed the permitted uses in the C5 zone and removed automotive mechanic shop. This use is pre-existing and legally non-conforming. It can be maintained and repaired as an existing use, but an expansion of this use is not permitted under the current C5 zone, as it is no longer permitted use. In August 2020, the building department received a complaint regarding unpermitted construction at 2595 Mamquam Road. The building department investigated the complaint and determined that there has been an addition constructed on the north end of the existing building using structural steel components and 2 shipping containers. The addition was built without a permit application. The building department proceeded to register a Section 57 notice on the title of the property, and the property owners have been attempting to bring the property into compliance without removing the addition. However, the only option that would allow for an expansion of use is to rezone the property to permit a motor vehicle repair and service shop. Currently, there are inadequate fire flows servicing this property for an industrial use, and the cost of upgrading these services were too high for the property owner to undertake the work. Engineering staff have noted that the deficient water servicing in the neighborhood may be upgraded in the near future. As an interim solution, staff are proposing to rezone the property to small lot industrial, I-10, which is aligned with the industrial business land use designation and consistent with the nearby properties on Paco Road, provided that the owner enter into a restrictive covenant. The covenant would note that there are inadequate fire flows and would prohibit the construction of any additional buildings or structures beyond what currently exists until sufficient fire flows are available. This would allow the property owners to submit for a building permit application for the unpermitted structure and work to remove the Section 57 notice from title. So staff are recommending giving first and second reading for bylaw 2982 and scheduling a public hearing for October 3rd.
Thank you. Questions, council? Seeing none. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Stoner moves. I'll second. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll just speak to this briefly. Grateful to see an interim solution that's been found. This was something that came out in the previous council term. The intention, I think, was kind of just lost when the previous zoning was changed and there was an existing use. I think for me at that time, one of the biggest concerns was putting the Section 57 on title, just so in case there was an additional change in ownership, it was clear that there was a lack of fire flows for the additional buildings on the structure. And so appreciate that we've gotten to a point where we can put a restrictive covenant on title, but still enable bring the current structure that was added into compliance through our building permits system. So just wanted to thank staff and the proponent for working towards a solution here, and hopefully we get sufficient fire flows down that road sooner rather than later. Thanks.
Other comments? I'll just extend my thank you to staff and the proponent for working through this. I know it's been a long process, and I'm happy that I was, when this came to last council, I was confident that there was a solution somewhere, and this is where we've arrived at. Whether it's a stopgap to the next solution, but I'm happy that there's there's a path forward here, and I'll absolutely be supporting. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Bylaw 2999, which considers 1701 Centennial Way, which was rezoned to CD90 in 2020 to allow for mixed use development that allows for a range of employment space, diversity of residential units, various amenities, and public open space. One of the proposed amenities is a public pavilion located adjacent to the dike. Staff have been in discussions with the developer to subdivide the public pavilion and dike area and transfer to the district. Bylaw 2999 proposes to include a density bonus to increase the allowable floor area ratio should this area be subdivided and transferred to the district. The increase in floor area ratio is required as the parcel size will decrease following the subdivision. And since FAR is based on lot area, a smaller parcel would not allow for the size of the development that was originally contemplated at the rezoning stage. Staff recommend giving first and second reading to Bylaw 2999 and scheduling a public hearing for October 3rd.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, curious if staff could just speak to the rationale as to why we would maybe want the public plaza subdivided and donated to the district. I think that means we incur all the maintenance behind it, whereas previously I think we had discussed it being a strata owned with a public right of way.
Through the mayor, so there's a few aspects that are driving this rezoning. One is it's also a it's on top of our dike. So there's always a preference to own the dike area. And also because of its location, from a service perspective, it would be ideal to have it part of our park system that provides a certain level of service rather than relying on strata to provide that. We're still in discussions with the owner and the applicant whether this is going to be feasible from their perspective. It may not be, but in case it is, we wanted to put that in as an option.
Seeing no other hands for questions, are you moving this one? And second by Councillor Hamilton. Okay, any comments? No, I'll just venture one. Earlier we were talking about dwelling units, and this is an example where dwelling units would have been an easier way to would have negated talking about it in FAR, but reduction of the overall area leads us to here. So I guess it cuts both ways sometimes with these things, but I'm happy to support. This makes sense to me. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? No. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
The next amendment is Bylaw 3002, which proposes to amend the UC1 zoning to add conditions of use associated with short-term rental accommodation and tourist accommodation. The conditions of use are intended to clarify that these uses are only permitted to occur from May 2nd to August 31st of each year. Two of the student residence buildings at the former Quest University campus have housing agreements registered on title that restrict their use as student residence buildings from September 1st to May 1st of each year to ensure that they are rented to students during the typical educational year. This allowed the buildings to be exempt from development cost charges. Staff are proposing to include this restriction as a condition of use in the zoning so that it is clear to the current or future owners of the building that the primary use of these buildings should be for student housing. Staff recommend giving first and second reading to Bylaw 3002 and scheduling a public hearing for October 3rd.
Councillor Pettingill? You're moving? I had a question on this one, if we're okay? Okay. So does this doesn't change the regulations there, just changes where the regulations live. Is that what I just want to make sure that's correct. So it lives in the zoning now, not just in the housing agreement. So it's not actually a change to the regulations themselves. So
through you, Mayor, 2 buildings have a housing agreement, 2 do not. This would be applicable to the entire UC1 zone, so any student housing buildings in this zone.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. Councillor Pettingill, do you want to move? You're still moving? Okay. Councillor Pettingill moves. Councillor Stoner seconds. Any comments on this? Nope. Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
I believe that this is the final amendment, Bylaw 3000, which proposes to remove the definition and general regulations associated with outdoor appliances, include new general regulations related to affordable housing, and add a district-wide maximum building height of 26.5 meters or 8 stories, whichever is less. So general regulations associated with outdoor appliances were added to the zoning bylaw as part of the Stage 3 zoning bylaw update in 2022. These regulations defined outdoor appliances and prohibited them in interior side yards. The intention behind these amendments was to avoid having loud equipment in these side yards that could be a nuisance for neighbors. Staff are now proposing to remove these regulations as they have made it challenging for homeowners to install heat pumps, as the interior side yard is often the preferred location for installation. Staff have not received many complaints related to noise from heat pumps and feel that this matter is more appropriately regulated under the noise bylaw. The other part of this amendment proposes to replace that section with general regulations associated with affordable housing. So in 2019, the district adopted the Affordable Housing Strategy and Action Plan, which outlines a range of strategies and actions aimed at creating housing supply and access to affordable housing options. One of the strategies of the plan is to increase affordable housing unit supply by undertaking policy and actions that result in increased affordable housing, as well as identifying new projects that can provide affordable housing units through construction of affordable rental units by the district. The proportion of new units required to address existing and short to medium-term demand for affordable housing is overwhelming, and there is a high degree of certainty that these units will not be delivered solely by private development via the community amenity contribution policy. In order to boost the current levels of affordable housing supply, most density limitations should be removed from the zoning bylaw for affordable housing projects so that these could be viably established across the community. In order to remove density limitations for affordable housing, this amendment proposes to replace Section 4.49 with a new general regulation related to affordable housing. These general regulations would allow affordable housing in any zone where residential is a principal use, allow the height of a building where all of the units are secured as affordable housing to increase to 23 meters, exempt affordable housing buildings from lot coverage, and apply a parking requirement of 1 space per dwelling unit for affordable housing units. An exemption to Section 4.25, which dictates gross floor area measurements, is also proposed to exempt gross floor area used for affordable housing. Together, these amendments are intended to facilitate the development of affordable rental housing. The final piece of this amendment is an amendment to Section 410, height of buildings and structures, to include a maximum building height of 26.5 meters or 8 stories, whichever is less, in any zone that may permit a building taller than 8 stories, as this is currently the tallest building height that the district's fire department can safely fight a fire in. For clarity, this does not permit 8-story buildings in any zone, but would restrict the building height to 8 stories in a zone that allows for a taller building, as there are a few zones that do allow for this. So staff are recommending giving first and second reading for Bylaw 3000 and scheduling a public hearing for October 3rd.
Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. From my reading of the affordable housing part of this, I'm wondering, is the following scenario a possibility? A project comes to us that is proposed for 8 stories in height, and is in the 26-meter range for a property that's right next door to a rancher-style single-floor home. Is that scenario a potential situation we could be confronted with in the future?
Through the mayor, no, it could be 23 meters tall. Again, it would still be very tall, but not 20. It wouldn't be the 8 stories. The 8 stories is a district-wide maximum building height for zones that allow buildings taller than that, because that does exist. However, the general regulations associated with affordable housing would allow up to 23 meters as in discussion with the Housing Society and other entities, that is generally the height that is required to make these projects viable. It wouldn't preclude someone from coming through. And again, this would have to be 100% secured as affordable rental. That's the only instance in which you could get that height relaxation. So for the lot coverage exemption and for the height, you would have to be proposing 100% affordable rental. You would still be subject to setbacks in the required zone.
Okay, thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Pettingill, then Anderson.
Yeah, I'll stay on this topic then. So is there any, I guess typically we've tried to match affordable units with transit and some of these other things as well. I'm just wondering the rationale behind throwing away some of those restrictions. Is that just because the need is so great, we feel it's worthwhile even without potentially transit and those sorts of things?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and can you clarify also the definition of affordable in this case? Is it 80% of Squamish median income or BC median? Or?
The definition refers to our perpetually affordable housing policy as it's amended from time to time. So that's defined in the zoning bylaw. So it would be what we've been typically securing through the housing agreements that you've seen recently at council meetings.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question regarding the heat pump aspect of the Bylaw 3000. To quote from the report here, Bylaw 3000 proposes to remove the definition and general regulations associated with outdoor appliances. Staff are proposing to remove these regulations as they have made it challenging for homeowners to install heat pumps. I'd like to draw a comparison with wood stoves. In some jurisdiction, wood-burning appliances are encouraged as an alternative to natural gas or gas-burning appliances in several European countries. And what they do is local governments would specify that the appliance must be conformed to a certain standard. In North America, for wood stoves, it would be the current U.S. EPA standard. My question to you is that, is it an alternative approach, or would it be with respect to heat pumps, because they have evolved, to refer to a specific standard in our regulatory framework? Is that an option? Are you aware that other jurisdictions might be doing this?
Through the mayor, that is an option that staff explored rather extensively with the building department, as they are typically the ones, or they are the department that is most often dealing with this. And their recommendation was to not reference a standard and to just deal with this through the noise bylaw. They thought that that was the most appropriate way to deal with this.
Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, Councillor Anderson got to the other topic I wanted to dig into. I thought we might have more affordable questions first, but since we're here, given what I'm seeing, would we have an option to actually prohibit gas appliances, just full stop, and or wide open for electric, but gas not so much? So it's not standards, but it's addressing some of our climate issues.
Through the mayor, we have a project that's scheduled to begin later this year on the next step of the carbon code. So there are new provisions now in that the province has allowed municipalities to regulate energy sources. So perhaps a better place for that conversation is to do it through the building bylaw, because we now can't for new construction.
Okay, I was just wondering if we have an opportunity to do it now, if we do it now, but I'll leave that for the moment anyways.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, just following up on Councillor French's on the affordable housing. So this is saying that any RS1 residential as permitted use could put up an affordable
housing unit of 23 meters in any of the residential zones in our community.
That's correct. Provided they still meet the parking requirement, it would likely be even at one stall, it would probably be challenging to develop a 6-story building on a single lot. But if you could meet the requirements of this general regulations, yes, that is possible.
More of a comment. I'm absolutely supportive of affordable housing and finding places for affordable housing. It's not clear to me that such a wide open allowance is not going to lead to considerable challenges in the future.
Totally understand councillors' concerns. I think there's a number of issues how we got here. One is the immense need for affordable housing. We need to be delivering approximately 360 affordable housing units a year to catch up with demand in the next 8 years. So on an average year, we deliver around 500 units total, and we need 360 of those to be affordable. So there's no way we can grow out of this issue through development contributions, which means that we really need to open up the opportunities for the housing society, for nonprofits, for the government agencies to participate in housing where they're not competing with development and they're not having to go through a rezoning process. Because that is a major cost of development, and it's a major stumbling block for getting government funding for affordable housing projects. Because we're only talking about affordable housing, we're only going to be seeing government and nonprofit agencies trying to do this. It just doesn't make any financial sense for a private party to try and do this. So we have a lot of faith in our partners that we will talk about site selection and what is best. But what we've also heard from the affordable housing providers is that unless it's 6 stories, it's not feasible. So it's sort of all hands on deck to assist affordable housing providers to find properties in suitable locations to be determined to support this provision of affordable housing.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair, on the affordable housing piece, it says that it's specifically to proposals that are 100% affordable housing. So I'm thinking of Buckley Avenue, for example, which was built through the Community Housing Fund, of which 20% is actually market rental. So I'm assuming that that wouldn't actually apply. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then I'm just curious if staff can speak to what the potential implications are of exempting the affordable housing floor area from the GFA. Always have a hard time wrapping my head around gross floor areas and what that actually means. So how might that change like building massing or height if we exempt the affordable housing component from a build?
So the intention here is to just allow for the flexibility because it's a use that would be permitted in any zone where residential is a permitted use. The intention was to allow flexibility for this use to maximize those other, the height allowance and the lot coverage relaxation. The other piece that staff thought might assist with this is if there was an opportunity for a private development to incorporate affordable housing in some way, that it wouldn't count towards the floor area ratio on the lot. So it allows flexibility as well for, in a private development, if some opportunity presented itself to also add affordable rental gross floor area, that it wouldn't take away from their market floor area that they could provide. So there's that piece as well. You're still governed by height, and lot coverage, unless it's 100% affordable rental. So this would just allow for buildings to be slightly bigger if it was being added to development, or it would just allow for a 100% affordable rental building to maximize the exemptions that are built into this general regulation.
Thank you for that. I think, again, like one of the challenges is like there's lots of moving pieces in this conversation, right? Like there's height, there's setbacks, there's gross floor area. And so I just, and maybe this is something to bring back for third reading, is some visualizations. And granted, this would be like really high level, but like what would that actually look like if we do exempt gross floor area from a like proposed 5-story? Does that immediately add an extra story? But it's just one of those things that I think would help folks both around this table as well as the community, as we talk about putting this to public hearing, understand what the actual impacts would be of those exemptions. Something for consideration. Thank you. I did have one other question, which was on the 8 stories. And I'm just wondering if staff can confirm that, so this will not enable development up to 8 stories. It's rather limiting that 8 stories is a maximum allowable height.
That's correct.
So what happens to the areas that are actually zoned for above 8 stories?
They could only build to 8 stories.
And how many lots or existing development areas would that apply to?
Through the mayor, the oceanfront is one example where we have 12 stories, I believe, with a provision that the fire department is able to service it. And this is where this amendment is coming from. Our fire department is not at a level where it could service high-rise buildings. So this zoning amendment won't apply to the oceanfront because they have a phase development agreement, and that locks in the zoning for now. There are other properties that we've come across that have higher than 8 stories that are very problematic from a fire service perspective. There's not a lot, as we've found one other so far, but it essentially presents a big problem for our fire department being able to service these buildings. So we want to make sure that we eliminate this risk until the fire service is up to that service level in case there are others.
I appreciate that. I wonder if we can start to quantify what that risk is and what, like, how far we need to get. Just knowing that we just talked about the need for affordable housing, the need for more housing in our community. It's 8-story buildings are really hard for folks to build. They're really expensive to build. And so I think in my mind, there's just a question of like, if that's where we need to get to, what does that runway look like? And how do we start to address that over time? And how do we open up that conversation as opposed to just putting a general regulation that limits it at this point?
In terms of capacity, my understanding, I'm in no way an expert, but my understanding is that we're approximately halfway there in terms of our full-time fire department service to be able to provide that service. So we're still years and years away.
There's just one other piece that I wanted to clarify in case that's not clear in the general regulations is that 1 stall per parking stall required for a portable housing unit. That's meant to apply broadly across the entire zoning bylaw if anyone was proposing a unit that was secured as affordable rental housing. So not just in a 100% or affordable rental housing, that is meant to be a parking relaxation for any affordable housing unit. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear for council.
Thank you for that clarity. I'm going to sit with that for a second, but I have a question about the, I'm going to take us back to the noise bylaw being the place to handle this heat pumps and so on. And I can think of one instance where I've heard some complaints about mechanical pieces it's on a roof at this, I think in this particular building, and the noise bylaw being the tool that we can use to address that, but not somehow being able to get to a resolution. I just wonder, is there an accompanying amendment to the noise bylaw that we need to consider with specifically to these mechanical pieces? And just as we get, we're considering not just the side yards, but sort of more broadly buildings closer together and the noise from one directly impacting another, just strikes me as something that may need some refinement. Has staff looked at that as this sort of the responsibility for this regulation moves to that noise bylaw from where it currently sits?
That is something that I believe we will need to tackle in the future. It's not something that we're actively working at the moment. This is just the side yard that we're dealing with for heat pumps. So somebody could still put a heat pump on, the roof issue you refer to may not, wouldn't provide the solution here. But I believe that's where eventually we will have to move.
Yeah, thank you. I was just thinking of experience with recent experience with noise coming from mechanical pieces and that regulation. So we may need to address that. I'm comfortable at this point here, but just to flag that could be as we lean on that a little bit more. We may need to adjust that regulation to make sure we're getting the desired outcome here. Go ahead, Councilor Pettingill.
Just process-wise, is there any way without writing specific bylaw changes, I could have the gas-powered outdoor appliances issues addressed for when it comes to third reading, or it would have to be a very specific bylaw change, if I understand correctly?
Just for clarity, would you be requesting that the bylaw comes back drafted differently prior to the public hearing? Or I'm not sure. No, I think you'd have to amend the reading now if you're scheduling the public hearing. Otherwise, it would have to be given another reading as amended prior to the public hearing.
Any other questions on this piece? Go ahead, Councilor Pettingill.
So back to the affordable housing side of this, some of our DPA guidelines and so on, would those apply to affordable, like 100% affordable? And so if we, look at updating viewscapes or any of these kinds of things, or form and character, DPA guidelines, would they still apply?
Yes, that's correct. So through the mayor, really the intention behind these guidelines is just not requiring a rezoning. You'd still have to do a form and character development permit, but it's to eliminate a rezoning application and to increase the flexibility as much as possible to try and eliminate required variances to reduce how long it takes for these projects to get delivered, the amount of time it takes to deliver these projects.
Okay, Council, I'm not seeing any other hands for questions. I would entertain a motion. Councillor Stoner.
I will move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor French seconds. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you. I will be supporting this motion to move for first, second reading and to public hearing. I do think it'll be important that we come prepared to articulate what this actually means in some generic form. So here, my council colleagues concerns around how much could you actually put on a typical single family lot, and what is the probability of that actually being 6 stories, I think is pretty minimal. And so I think having just some general articulation of what those exemptions look like in practice will help to articulate this for both council as well as community members. I also think we want to make sure that we are being very clear on the affordable housing component and making sure that we are actually enabling our partners to be able to deliver affordable housing through these zoning amendments. And so that's making sure that the Community Housing Fund, which is the primary source of being able to build these sorts of projects, is actually eligible. So I don't know if that's a change if that 20% of market rental that's required by that funding source would actually meet our definition of affordable housing in the zoning bylaw. But I think that would be a real miss if we don't capture that here. With regards to setting limits at 8 stories, I think that provides good clarity for our community for where we're at. with regards to our fire department. And I think that's just a broader conversation that council needs to have as we look more forward in terms of supporting some of the growth in our community, but there seems to be some big barriers there. So I think being clear on that is important. And yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. Everything Councillor Stoner said would Xerox that. And my earlier concern about that poor rancher owner was definitely alleviated by what I'm hearing from staff. I think that with the small number of potential developers of something that's potentially as high as 23 meters and fully affordable rental, that poor rancher is safe. Thanks.
Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this. I do think that this bylaw in particular is one we need some communications around, because I think there's a lot of things that might concern people on first read. And I think really clarifying what is possible and what's realistic and so on is important. I do think, you know, it is important. Access to transit and some of those things are important as well. And so I have a little bit of a hesitation, other than I just don't see a public entity building 8 stories of affordable far away from transit. But I just think, I guess it's a little bit weird to think of without that sort of requirement, because in our conversations, it's always like, we want the affordable, we want the transit, we want all these pieces to work together. And here we're saying, we're not sort of enshrining all of that. So that makes me a bit nervous, but I think overall I'll support this. I do still have concerns about the outdoor appliances, and I would, at this point, just sort of leave it my comment, but like to see sooner rather than later, maybe just a minor amendment or bylaw, I should say, separate from this, pulling gas-powered outdoor appliances, I think, rather than waiting a year or two for that to come through. Like to see us get on that a lot sooner, but I don't want to hold up and try and futz around rewording this bylaw tonight for that. So we'll support this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
So I still have reservations regarding the implications of the affordable housing part of the bylaw, and I think it's because it's a lot to think through. All the possibilities that could potentially occur with such a broad opening of our residential permitted use. And it's relying on the good faith of the people who would be coming forward to put together a 100% affordable project. So I'm positive that I'm confident that we don't have a private developer coming forward to put together affordable units, because that's not usually economically viable. So that does give me some comfort, but I still have reservations and would certainly appreciate any more information or any more context that can be given in time for public hearing and third reading.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay, thank you. I'm speaking in support of the motion. I think the clarity for the community around the maximum building heights at this time is really important, and makes a lot of sense as we build towards our fire department's capacities. So that makes sense to me. I think whatever we can do to sort of get out of the way of our community as they want to put in modernize their heating and cooling systems in their homes is totally appropriate, and happy to support that. The affordable housing piece, I'm quite excited about the potential there, but similar to some other comments I've heard, I'd really like to understand sort of what that could look like in the practical sense, so we can have the most informed discussion we can with the community when this goes to public hearing. The limited number of entities operating in that space gives me comfort that we're likely to get a good outcome there, but I still think that there is that element being so open and the process being thus streamlining the process for even further for affordable housing, I think is a great initiative. I do have concerns around when we create affordable housing, it's important that it is supported with neighborhood services and with transit. And as we're pushing, particularly with transit, to increase the service throughout the community, there will be less places that don't have sufficient transit. So it gives me a bit more comfort where this was particularly a much higher concern when we had, well, even our current transit or previous generations of our transit system has some areas have been very underserved. So I do think that that we're on the track for that to be less of a concern. But some visualization there would be quite helpful, and also outlining how other regulations would still come into play as. So a couple examples I think would be great, and I think I have a fair understanding of that, but I am also having a challenge sort of visualizing what this regulation could look like besides folks living in affordable units that they need. I get that part, but the physical representation piece would be helpful. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. So thank you for the work on this. I think it's quite innovative, actually, and quite happy to support at this point and have that more fulsome conversation with the community at public hearing. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. And thanks for the big shift in the hot seat. Appreciated. So yeah, thank you so much. So council, we still have some a few pieces to get through here. Let's go to. Sorry, excuse me. Okay. So we're going to go to first three readings. B with, no, did we do those? Or Jonas and, no, we still have to do the, okay, thank you. Okay, so we had the presentation earlier, so we don't, no further presentation required. So this is the, so we're on to item 10B1, District of Squamish Housing Agreement for Garibaldi Springs Phase 2 Non-Market Rental, bylaw number 2943, 2023. Councillor Stoner moves, Councillor Hamilton seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up is District of Squamish Housing Agreement, Garibaldi Springs Phase 1 Non-Market Rental, bylaw number 2944, 2023. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor French. Any discussion on this one? Nope. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, just a quick question to staff on the housing agreements. As we start to use the perpetually affordable housing policy, and we're getting a little bit more understanding of where the rents are coming out and the difference between income-based versus bedroom-based in particular, it really stuck out at me at this one. It's like a 2-bedroom is the same price as a 3-bedroom at the end of the day. We've talked a little bit about reviewing the perpetually affordable housing policy at some point. I'm just curious where that sits on staff's work plan and or if that should be included in the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund work plan.
Through the mayor, thanks for that question. It is something that's on our to-do list, given all the different housing work that we're doing, but it is a priority. So I think if especially if we're successful with the grant application, that will give us the needed resources to work on it.
Yep, thank you for that. Okay, moving on, we're on to 11A1, appointment of deputy corporate officer. Is there any anything? Would anyone like to say anything on this one?
Thank you, Mayor Hereford. So I'm happy to report that, and we were hoping she would be here tonight, but unfortunately she was unavailable. We have hired a director of corporate administration. Her name is Carrie Wells, and she comes to us with a very long history of local government and provincial government experience. Previously with Port Coquitlam in her last stint. And so we're hopeful that council will appoint her as deputy corporate officer in anticipation of shortly becoming corporate officer.
Great. Moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Councillor French. Any comments? Nope. All right, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Council, we've been making lots of progress. We do have a fairly meaty item left in the Woodfibre update, which is 30 minutes, and some items we pulled from the consent agenda. Would you like to get through this update before we take a break? Does anyone need a break? Do we want to push through? That's the question I have right now. Push. Okay, there you go. Yes. All right. So up next is item 11B2, Woodfibre Liquefied Natural Gas, FortisBC Eagle Mountain Pipeline Projects Update. And I will turn over to staff. Yep, please.
Thank you, Mayor Hereford. While staff are setting up for their presentation and in anticipation of answering council questions, I did want to point out to the community watching and to council that the report on the agenda is a snapshot as of the end of June. And particularly in terms of capacity funding, we have been in conversation with both Fortis and WLNG around continued and increased capacity funding in terms of our staff and the resources provided to process the permitting and other works associated with this project. We haven't agreed on anything yet, but just did want to provide that clarity that both organizations have been stepping up to discuss that with us.
Thank you for that additional context. Things are moving quickly, well, in our community in general, so it is a challenge with the lag sometimes.
Thank you for your patience, Council, while I was getting the presentation up onto the screen. Good evening. My name is Catherine Mulligan. I'm the Economic Development Officer for the District of Squamish, and I'm joined tonight by Mr. Velaniska, Senior Director of Development Services, and, oh my goodness, Mr. Prasad, right? Prahalad, who is working as a planner on the WLNG and Fortis file. So today's presentation aims to summarize activities for the May through June 2023 period related to each project and provide anticipated project activities for the coming months. Currently, both projects are considered in the pre-construction phase. Fortis has indicated that their issuance of a 30-day construction notice is forthcoming, while WLNG issued a 3-month construction notice to the Environmental Assessment Office with construction anticipated to start on September 1st, 2023. For both projects, several conditions must be met before the start of construction, including the receipt, review, and approval by the EAO of various management plans, as well as required DOS approvals as part of permitting processes. District staff have been scoping project activities impacting various district departments and identifying capacity requirements. District staff continue to engage with project proponents during regularly scheduled technical working group meetings and specific meetings tied to permitting and plan review. Staff continue to process in-stream applications relating to site preparation for both projects and review and comment on various management plans during this period. Specific to the EGP project, district staff received additional information from Fortis to support their temporary use applications for the laydown and lodge areas while advancing discussions regarding the Finch storm main design with EGP project team. Specific to the WLNG project, staff provided feedback to WLNG regarding their draft community services and infrastructure management plan, their emergency response plan, and their DPA 10 application. Additionally, the district provided feedback on WLNG's effluent permit application to the BC Energy Regulator. In late June, WLNG presented 3D modeling of the project site and build out and provided the opportunity for staff to tour the site so that district technical and project management staff would have a better understanding of the project and be able to discuss in more detail permit applications. Anticipated EGP project-related activities in the coming months include the provision of feedback to the EAO regarding the latest work camp amendment, Amendment 2, a request for additional information and revisions relating to the temporary use permits for the laydown and lodge, and review of amendments made to various management plans. Anticipated WLNG project-related activities include the EA decision related to the certificate amendment for the flotel, and pending this amendment, a TUP application for the flotel. The receipt of several management plans required prior to the start of construction, and the continued processing of in-stream applications. At this time, associated project applications and plan reviews span multiple divisions. Outside of in-stream permits, significant capacity is required by staff to review complex project-related plans and agreements. Current capacity funding doesn't meet staff resourcing requirements or operational requirements and did not during the months of May and June. Staff have identified that additional capacity funding is required to meet proposed project timelines as expressed by the proponents. At this time, I'd like to hand it back to the Mayor for any questions or feedback. And various staff are on hand to respond to certain topics.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and all the work putting this together. It is a quite a lengthy list. Council, do we have questions for our staff at this point? Councillor Pettingill.
A couple, one minor-ish. Back when, I believe it was when they were proposing their application, Woodfibre talked about various screening methods and so on to reduce visual impacts of their site, especially for the gondola and so on. Was there evidence of any of that sort of thing in the 3D rendering, or is that something they're still pursuing, or has that been abandoned?
Through the mayor, we're still waiting on WLNG to provide a visual model from across the sound.
Okay, thank you. And then just on our table, the Fortis EGP activity, it says EA amendment FortisBC EGP Lodge. Is that their amendment to increase the site from 2 to 7 acres, I think it is?
Through the Mayor, that is correct. It's amendment number 2 for the worker accommodation, amending from 2 hectares to 7 hectares.
Okay, and you know, we got a TUP, some TUP information, had a bunch of feedback. Does that give staff clarity on sort of, because it says here, district and select community partners to provide feedback to the EA regarding this. Do we have clarity on what that feedback will be, or?
Through the mayor, currently staff are reviewing the assessment report by the EAO and compiling feedback as well as community feedback. The opportunity right now is part of the TAC, so the Technical Advisory Committee. It's the opportunity to provide feedback through that channel. Staff also can provide the feedback that's intended to council in a separate meeting. So there is an opportunity. And the amendment has to deal specifically with the amendment, the feedback. It cannot deal with other matters related to the TUP.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm understanding, it does seem like then maybe we need to create that space. I would certainly hope as a council we would provide some feedback on our thoughts about expanding work camp from 2 acres to 7 acres, especially in the context of all the other discussion. It seems like we might have an opinion on that, but.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. The 3D modeling that's referred to for the WLNG site, I'm wondering, is that digital modeling and is it available publicly at all?
Through the mayor, currently the model is digital, but it has not been shared publicly to my knowledge.
Regarding the workforce accommodation lodge, I've seen a lot of text around sewage and how wastewater could be or will be dealt with. And there's some information on recycling, and I've also seen garbage removal, but nothing about compost. And for context, I'm thinking, well, there are significant challenges with all those other parts of the waste stream. Organic kitchen material coming out of this site, I think, is low-hanging fruit that we could very enthusiastically take off of their hands and prevent it from traveling long, far distances to a waste company outside of our community. So I'm wondering if there are any compost-specific conversations that have taken place with the EGP folks.
Through the mayor, the compost discussions have been occurring with the Fortis team. We don't have a solution yet, but we are working on that.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks to staff for the update and for all the work. In the staff report, it states that extensive engagement on this file is having a material impact on the ability to process applications and provide a substantive review of related management plans agreements within proposed project timelines. As a result, the district has requested that the proponent consider additional capacity funding. I think one of the operative pieces there for me is we're having trouble meeting the requirements in their proposed project timelines. And so what is the risk that we either just don't reply, or we say that we haven't had substantive enough time to effectively reply? And so I think that there's 2 ways to address this, right? So there's additional capacity funding and we try and scale up. It's really hard to scale up in the environment that we're working in. It's really hard to find great planners. Thank you for joining us, Frisch. But if we need more of Rish's, it's going to be really hard to get them on board and get them up to speed on this file. And so I think additional capacity funding is great in some ways, but is that actually realistic for the timelines that are still being asked of us? And if not, then do we take a different approach?
Okay, through the mayor. Thank you for the question. In terms of providing meaningful feedback on management plans, it requires an in-depth review by staff and perhaps also external consultants to support the process. Currently, capacity is limited in order to provide those reviews. And given the timeline that the proponents are working to, there is pressure on staff to provide that within that turnaround time. The staff have been working with the EAO office, indicating that capacity is constrained and that it's very challenging, but very, very important for staff to be providing this meaningful feedback. So staff may provide comment to the EAO about the constraints and echo, perhaps through council comments concerning timelines to the proponents. But you're right, in order to actually scale up to be able to meet those timelines, it would be incredibly challenging for staff to do that in that short a time.
Ms. Glende?
Thank you, Mayor Herford. And as follow-up to Ms. Mulligan's comments, it's an excellent insight in that, adding capacity funding from the proponents is not a panacea to help staff meet the timelines and the work required of us. It's one piece of the puzzle, but certainly not the solution that we need.
Mr. Valniscus?
And finally, the only other aspect I would add is that some of this funding will be required for the long term when the project gets going. So after all the approvals, if they receive all the approvals, we will still need staff on the ground sort of overseeing the project where it's interacting with our facilities and infrastructure.
Okay, Council, further questions? Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
So one of the, I've been asking Fortis now for a risk assessment, and they don't want to give it for security reasons, even though they paint exactly on the road where the pipeline is. So it's not like that's a secret. We just want to know at 10 meters away, this is the consequence at 100 meters. And I gather, all we can do is zone appropriately. And I see references to getting back to Crumpet Woods about an alignment there. And I wonder what staff needs from us, because from my perspective, especially in the absence of risk assessment, we need some policy on around how close we're willing to zone housing to pipelines, and that I think would influence this discussion. And some of the materials we received from Fortis last week in preparation for the TUP, they talk about 200 meter and 1600 meter evacuation zones if there's a gas leak and so on. And so significantly large distances, and these are just general for pipelines. And what Fortis is proposing is far bigger than your typical pipeline. So I would expect they would be at the higher end, and they're not willing to share any information to suggest otherwise. So I guess what is our next step as a council to try and address this or understand how we might zone our land uses appropriately? And I understand for existing development, they can just kind of go wherever they want to go, but I'm thinking more in terms of the new development like Crumpet.
Through the mayor, we've had these conversations before with council when the Loggers East neighborhood plan was going through, and I don't believe we have any further action that we are taking on that front. We are relying on senior level of government agencies and authorities to be approving the pipeline that's going through the community, essentially.
Councillor Hamilton.
Related to this, on this question specifically, with the debris flow barrier, we've articulated very clear threat levels, hazard levels that we are allowing the community to tolerate. Do we have those equivalent tolerances related to this pipeline?
Through the mayor. So for the Chica Fan debris flow barrier, we are a diking authority. That's part of our responsibility that falls within our jurisdiction versus pipelines. They do not. So we don't have the same level of information we would have for risk management.
When you say we don't have it, does the information exist? Surely there's engineering standards. Surely there's a process for getting these numbers, yes?
Fortis has come forward and has made a presentation to council on their risk assessment. I may be wrong, but I don't believe we have access to the reports that Fortis has done. And again, we're not in the same jurisdictional role as we are with other risks. But I'd like to check back with our engineering department on that, on the information that we do have.
That'd be appreciated. Thanks.
Councillor Penningham.
Yeah, and going through the CSA standard for municipalities, and like it is our, from what I read in that standard, it's our ability to plan for land use around pipelines. So the government has a lot of upper levels have a lot of regulation around pipelines, but we can regulate land use around pipelines, and so that's where I'm trying to understand, so we can do so adequately, how we get to an understanding of risk, so we can set our land use policy, which is our, that is our realm, I think. So I'm wondering how we get there.
Well, we've heard staff, they're going to tell us today they're going to look into this question for us, and then perhaps how we get there, or where we need to get to will be defined through that. So I know that's a concern for multiple people around this table and for our community. So I think we're certainly not going to resolve that in this meeting. So but staff have provided us what they can at this point. So any other questions while we have our staff here on this? I know it's an exhaustive list of topics. Similarly to, I believe it was Councillor Stoner talking about capacity and the funding. If we had the capacity funding now, and frankly, the positions staffed, I still feel it'd be a stretch to hit these timelines. And I just am curious where that leaves us, and understandably staff is needing to prioritize some things over others, even just internal to this project. And how is that playing out? Like, where's the prioritization coming? Is it coming from us? Is it coming from pressures from the proponents? Is it just the order that things were submitted, or just in the general sense, how is that being handled, given that we don't have the capacity currently to address these in the timelines that are expected of us?
Through the mayor, to date projects are reviewed when they come in. So that includes the EGP and the WLNG project. They just go to the bottom of the list, and once they come up, that's when they get reviewed.
Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Vilnius.
And just to add to that some of the aspects of this project are like a development application, like the temporary use permits and development permits. But others, like the referrals from the regulator, are not. So it's not like we, in some cases, we don't really have a choice. But to participate in the process, the risk of not doing that would be not having a voice at the table.
Thank you. Ms. Mulligan?
Yeah, and just I'm agreeing with Mr. Velaniska's assessment regarding the management plans and the work that we're doing to provide feedback to the EAO office. They are open to ongoing feedback, but they will keep moving. Ultimately, we are one voice out of the TAC, which is significant number of different agencies and government bodies who are providing comments, some and some are not. So I think the risk is that they'll just keep moving. And I'm pretty certain that's what's going to happen with these particular amendments that are on the table.
Ms. Glendale.
Thank you again, Mayor Herford. On the heels of those comments, I think the other thing that's important to note is that staff are not clocking out at 5 to 5. A lot of times what's happening here is, in order to meet expectations and serve the community as well as stay up to date with this project, many people are putting in many hours of overtime. And there is a risk of burnout, and that's weighing heavily on my mind, and we are continuing to try and figure this out. Again, with the proponents offering capacity funding, but other mechanisms and ways to prioritize and look after our staff. But this is becoming and is a very heavy lift.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hamilton.
Please forgive me if this is a thought just popped into my head. And I don't know if you would need council direction to do this. I'm sure the thought has already popped into your heads, but these opportunities whose timeline is defined by an external body, not by Woodfibre or Fortis, by another government agency, those ones that we must respond to in order to get heard, can we make a statement? Can we make it clear that we are prioritizing those above the Woodfibre or Fortis timelines because those are more important? Ensuring that our voices are heard to the other levels of government is more important than the timelines and the short timelines that the projects may expect of us.
I don't know if that's a question for staff or for us. I don't know if anyone wants to take a stab at that, and if not, then I guess that's a question exclusively for us. But go ahead, Mr. Vilnius.
I think that's sort of what's happening. If you look at the proponents' timing expectations, when the applications came in, they're quite different than where we are today. And we will take all the time we need to process those applications to make sure that we have all the information that we need.
And I will say that the plans, the management plans, are intertwined with the permitting process, and many are dependent on review in order for a permit to be approved. Therefore, even if some higher level or broader plans are approved or a certificate is provided, there's many conditions attached to those. So until those conditions are satisfied, it would be challenging for the project to proceed. So we do have some control over ensuring that there's due diligence on the part of the community to provide the feedback.
Okay, Council, we need a motion to extend as we're approaching 10, and I don't want to get lost in the conversation here. So moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Yeah, reluctance. I can feel the reluctance, but thank you for that. And on this topic, there's been some great conversation. And if there's no further questions, I think we should move. I'll move that we move receipt on this. Are you seconding that, Councillor Pettingill? And I'll speak to it briefly. Just thank you so much for the work putting this together, just to put it on the list of other things that need to be done. But I really do appreciate the level of clarity it provides to the community about the overall picture, where without this mechanism, we'd be talking about the little pieces and that are big, but the individual pieces. And this really helps build that understanding. And I know it helps me keep track of where these various pieces are. And so thank you so much. And it's very clear that we need likely capacity funding and adjusted timelines for this thing to actually be able to be discussed in realistic terms. But that's for future conversations. Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, and I just want to add in, and I've said it before, but I just think it's worth repeating. every time this project comes before me, it's incredibly frustrating, and I'm sure that frustration comes out. I think it's frustrating for many of us. So many important things to do, and instead we're putting enormous time and resources into this. But I want to make sure the staff realizes that frustration is not directed your way. I understand you're doing an excellent job for our community, and I really appreciate that. But so yeah, my frustration is not with staff, but there is some well-deserved frustration for other folks.
Thank you for that clarity. Any other comments on this? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you so much. And thank you for hanging out with us until this hour of the night. I think we all feel the same about where we are in our day. So next we have, we had no late agenda items. We had correspondence action requested. And this is the letter from Mayor Locke, Surrey. And so this is for council consideration. And it was just that there's no staff comments on this. It's just a stand. Sarah? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor French.
Working from the assumption that nobody at this table is interested in discussing this letter, I will contemplate moving that we receive and file this letter.
Is there interest around this table to discuss this letter? Are you seconding?
I'd like to second receive and file, as I think that's meaningful impact. Right.
Okay, so seconded, and now we'll go to comments. Councillor French and then Hamilton, if you want.
I think that the letter speaks for itself. There's some great information in there. There's some rhetoric in there. There's a lot of politics in there. And I just don't think that there's any value in us doing anything beyond receiving this with thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Other comments?
I think that receiving this for information is very important, but I do believe that there's a lot more going on here than we have the capacity to understand through reading one letter. So I would suggest reading and filing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill, I see your hand. Yep.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn on this one. I think this will have big impacts on us. I am concerned about the province's direction, but there's a whole bunch of, I don't know what going on in Surrey that I don't want to necessarily get involved in. But aside from what's going on there, I think there are some real legitimate concerns to how the province is approaching this and what the impacts will be on our communities that are served by the RCMP. So I don't know. I don't feel equipped to tackle it tonight, and I wonder if this is maybe something better handled through UBCM. But I guess I just wanted to point out or highlight that I don't think this is sort of a completely just ignore it letter. There's a lot of important stuff in there. I'm just not sure that I'm equipped to take it on tonight.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'm supportive of this direction. I do think it's important that we stay up to speed with what's happening there from all perspectives. And this letter definitely presents one, and the decision there very well can have implications in our policing in Squamish. But I think at this point, I'm comfortable with this step, and I don't really want to wade into this. There's much bigger pieces at play here that so I think this is totally appropriate. So I'll call a question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. So next we go to correspondence referred from the agenda, and this and that's one piece, B4. So 8B4, which I believe Councillor Greenlaw would like to speak to it.
I'd like to make a motion that council directs staff to arrange for a presentation from West Coast Environmental Law about the Sue Big Oil campaign, and I'll speak to it if it's seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Pettingill. Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Climate change is estimated to cost trillions of dollars globally. Currently, it's costing Canadians billions of dollars per year. Abbotsford estimated that $1 billion worth of damage was done in the atmospheric rivers a couple of years ago, with $400 million going to failed diking systems alone. Later that year, the town of Lytton incurred an estimated $78 million in damage when it was wiped out by wildfires. We're currently enduring BC's worst wildfire season in history, and it's only mid-July. The cost of climate change to a seaside mountain town surrounded by forests will be substantive. We will not be able to afford the infrastructure costs required to keep up with sea level rise, atmospheric rivers, and forest fires. Oil companies posted record profits in 2022, with 5 of the biggest companies combined bringing in a record of $199.3 billion, which is to say that these companies who have profited immensely from our consumption of their climate change-inducing products should be asked to share their profits to cover the cost of their products. It's well documented that big oil has intentionally misled the public over the past decades and spread misinformation about climate change. It's also well known that the public consumption of their products directly drove and is driving climate change. A recent article in The Guardian stated that if we continue investing in new oil and gas infrastructure, which we are clearly doing, then we are committing to an over 1 meter sea level rise, or if ice shelves are destabilized, over 2 meters. And a warming of over 2.5 degrees Celsius, which will further destabilize our weather systems. I suspect that suing big oil will be the logical way for municipalities to move forward to recover the exorbitant costs of infrastructure required to counteract climate change. And I think it should be taken under consideration by the District of Squamish, starting with entertaining a presentation about suing big oil.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this. I did have a chance to meet with the campaigners probably 8 months ago. And, you know, it's interesting. There's a bit of some recognition that the Sue Big Oil term grabs attention, and there's some debate about whether that's the best framing of it. But semantics aside, what I understand is the real goal is to start that conversation about how do we redistribute some of those incredible profits to cover some of the costs that we're bearing as municipalities. That mean, you know, we're putting money into diking instead of wreck things and just go on and on. I think we're all aware of the cost of this. And so it's at the end of the day, I think making sure we are having that conversation and advocating for that conversation about getting back some funding. We're putting out all kinds of costs, so let's recover some of those costs however we do it. And the Sue Big Oil is a way it's an attention grabber and not to everyone's taste, but that's really not the primary key. And I think it would be very worthwhile and enlightening to have that presentation from West Coast Environmental Law on the rationale for this. I think it makes a lot of sense to me. But
okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. I won't be supporting this motion. Council's time is very valuable. And the information from the organization at question here is widely available and very accessible and voluminous. And I'd really feel like this campaign only benefits lawyers and ultimately will only benefit those in the legal community who are involved in ultimately what is threatened to be lawsuits. So I just think we can make better use of our council time.
Any other comments on this? Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
I won't be supporting the motion for a different reason than my colleague, Councillor French. While I absolutely believe that the Sue Big Oil campaign is a great campaign, and I encourage them to continue to grow, what I struggle with here is our role as municipal government to spend taxpayer dollars
on a campaign of this type. That is the piece that I can't rationalize, spending taxpayer dollars on an advocacy campaign from a third party. That's what I'm struggling with.
Thank you. Other comments that haven't spoken yet, just before we go back to? I'll say that I'm supportive of a presentation, so we're all working from the same information. As much as there is a lot of information out on this campaign, I've heard interest from my council colleagues in exploring this, and I'd welcome that opportunity for that conversation. Now, whether it's supportable to go forward from that point, I think remains to be seen, depending on how that what's about what we hear at that point. So I'm happy to have the discussion, and at least put out the invitation to see what it would take to have them come and present to us and what form that would look like. I think that's totally appropriate. But be mindful of council's time, but this council hasn't considered this particular piece, so I'm happy to do that. Councillor Storm.
Yeah, thank you. I'll support the motion and entertain this to come forward as a delegation, perhaps at a committee of the whole. I think it's always good to have more information, especially when we're trying to understand what avenues we might have to actually start covering the costs that will inherently be bared for by our municipality to address the issues of the climate crisis. I think this is one potential way of doing it. I'm not convinced that it is the way, but it'd be helpful to have more information. And in particular, they do have an extensive FAQ that speaks specifically to how this is not a way for lawyers just to make money. So important to get the information at hand from the horse's mouth. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw, sorry, did you want to venture another second comment?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to clarify based on Councillor Hamilton's comments. I'm not suggesting that we do commit taxpayer money at this point to the project. I'm suggesting that we stay open to the possibilities, just to a presentation. Again, nobody has made any decisions yet. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, the goal of this is not that we fund any advocacy. It's the suggestion is that municipalities take on the action of possible litigation to recover their own costs. And so it's not funding a third party to do anything. It's an ask that we coalesce, put money aside, and that we do this as all municipalities. So I think we'll get a better understanding of that, but just to be clear, it's not asking us to fund someone else's advocacy. But I think that would become clear in the presentation.
Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed, if any. So Councillor Anderson, French, and Hamilton oppose. Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we go to minutes referred. And I'll go in order. So I'm sorry, I've lost track. It's 8A2 as the first one that was referred, which is the regular business meeting from July 4th. Who was that? Was that you, Councillor Anderson? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Herford. In the minutes, there is on page 4 and 5 the reference to our motion regarding Village on Bailey Street. That prior to a public hearing being scheduled, the following items being resolved, and there's reference to CN development guidelines. I'm not proposing a correction here, but I'd like to draw attention to the fact that there is no such thing as CN Railway Corridor Development Guidelines. The OCP, our OCP, refers to, since its latest revision, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Railway Association of Canada, Railway Proximity Guidelines. And there are two reasons why I raised this. First of all, about 20 years ago, there were CN guidelines. There were BC Rail guidelines, Burlington Northern Santa Fe guidelines, and so on. And this was a problem across the country. And the initiative of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Railway Association of Canada was to standardize them right across the country, only one set of railway proximity guidelines. So there is no CN guidelines at all. The more significant point here is that they are our guidelines, and we participated or had the opportunity in shaping them. through the Canadian Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We had opportunity to take part, and we may have back 15 years ago, but we also have opportunity to provide feedback on them ongoing. It is a living document, and perhaps, just perhaps, we have projects or issues that come up that might merit the consideration of offering feedback, and maybe the Bailey Street issues are an example. I don't know, but they are our guidelines. They're not CN guidelines. We've shaped them or been part of shaping them through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Thank you.
So in the context of these, of the minutes of this meeting, if at the minutes of this meeting we cited a guideline or a document that doesn't exist, if it accurately reflects what we cited, then is it not correct? And how do we resolve this piece? Or is this, I'm just wondering what we do with this document now at this point in time. I don't know how to fact check that. If staff could, some guidance here, please.
I believe Councillor Anderson is right. They are the Federation of Canadian Municipalities guidelines. I think staff are working on the same notion. So if the minutes are corrected or not, I think the end result will be we're still going to be working with the FCM guidelines, and we're working with CN because they have to approve some of the infrastructure in that area.
Councillor Anderson, does that address your concern, and we can approve this as it reflected the conversation of the day, or are you proposing an amendment to these minutes?
I don't believe that that amendment is necessary. I think that is clear what staff's intention and the guidelines are the one and the same. We just have we can be careful about how we refer to them, but there's no misunderstanding about which guidelines are involved in this case. So I'm not suggesting an amendment.
Are you okay with that, Ms. Arthurs? Okay. So so then I'll move that we approve the minutes of the regular business meeting from July 4th. And seconded by Councillor French. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have the committee of the whole from July 11th, which is item 8A4 on our agenda. Is that you, Councillor Penigo?
Yeah, I have a correction. I was opposed, I believe, to the Transit 2023 operating agreement motion. I did second it, but I was opposed. So I guess I would move to add Councillor Pettingill as opposed to the Transit 2023-2024 annual operating agreement expansions, MOU, and updates resolution.
Okay, and that's seconded by Councillor French. And does our minute taker has? Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. The any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none. Moving forward, we had no committee minutes and reports. Any notice of motion, council? No, we have no council and staff in camera announcements. We have no unscheduled public attendance, open question periods. We don't have anyone in the gallery at this late hour, and I'm assuming there's no one online with their hand up. Council or staff announcements. Councillor French?
Mayor, I have one, and it would be my preference that I share mine after someone else has shared our experience from yesterday at Totem Hall.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with mine, and then we'll go around. generally with these updates, I go through a list of the things that have happened over the last since our last meeting, and I think this one, not just actually not at all because of the late hour, but because of the significance of the events yesterday. Myself and the majority of council were at Totem Hall to sign the agreement with the protocol agreement with our friends at the Squamish Nation, and it was a really really moving experience being there at Totem Hall with the leadership of the nation and community members, some elders, and in the space where there's their former leadership were pictures on the wall and little stories, and hearing the stories of the nation around their connection to those people and their stories in that space was really very, very special. And as with every visit to the nation, their hospitality and humor in every situation I've been in, there's always a laugh, and there were some of those, and it was great to participate in the in ceremony and to and really to put pen to paper and sign the agreement with our partners at the nation, and it was really special for me, and I think it's a big step forward for our community. And it was just an absolute honor to be a part of it. And thank you to all council for support through the process to get us to that point. And thank you for those that could come. It was great to see former Mayor Elliott was there, as well as this is something that came about because in no small part due to her leadership last term and advancing the relationship with the nation, and it was great to be able to share that with everybody. And there was a large contingent of our staff that was also very key in making that happen, that was able to attend. So very, very special day. And I'm just humbled to have been a part of it. And I said pen to paper earlier, and now the rubber is going to hit the road on following through on the commitments of these of the protocol agreement. And I'm really looking forward to getting to work on the next steps with the nation and with all of you. So yeah, just thank you so much, and really appreciate it. And it was a very special day. I will carry with me forever. So that's my update. No PowerPoint this time around. Anyways, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. And so at the event yesterday, each of the council members that were in attendance, along with some of our district staff, were assigned a task of some kind or a role in the ceremony. And Councillor Greenlaw and I had the honor of being witnesses. And we were told that the role of the witness is to observe the proceedings and then go out into the community and share what happened and what we experienced. And I took that fairly seriously. I captured some, as they refer to it in the celebration, mementos, using my modern technology. And so I've posted images and videos on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Mastodon, and coming soon LinkedIn as well. And so from those, the people in my network will see that there was drumming, there was singing, and I hope that most people will recognize it as powerful drumming and singing and meaningful. And there was signing of papers, and there was Squamish ceremony traditions things like giving gifts to those who did the work in the ceremony. So the drummers and the singers were given gifts in the form of quarters for doing what they did and contributing to the ceremony in the way that they did. And Wilson Williams, who was the MC, was also acknowledged in that way. And through my sharing in social media, people will also understand that there were speeches. And this is really what caught me. Cal Salem, the chair of the Squamish Nation Council, was speaking at length in the Squamish language. And I found myself, as I was sitting and listening, starting to become frustrated and wishing that he would hurry up and get to the English translation of what he was saying. And thankfully, I have some training around how I can handle myself and how I can deal with myself in situations like this. And I quickly concluded that listening and being frustrated wasn't serving anybody well, especially myself. And I realized that, well, my ears were listening and not understanding and reacting in an intolerable way. I opted to approach the situation a little bit different. And I stopped listening to the reaction of my ears and opened my heart to what Salem was saying. And by doing that, the individual words in the Squamish language no longer mattered, because from my heart, I knew exactly what he was saying. And the message was clear. So this is the thing that I most want to share out of my experience yesterday is we all know about the injustices that the Squamish Nation and other First Nations experienced from settlers coming to their lands. And at this point, with where we are in reconciliation and with the work that we're doing as the District of Squamish, I really got yesterday that the work will be done from our hearts. And that's the way to listen. And when the Squamish people talk about the ways of the Squamish and the learnings and the teachings of the Squamish, I really got that yesterday. I really understand at a new level what all of that is and what it means. So with that, way I am to Squamish strong. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That was great. And the role of witness is very important in the Squamish culture and with an oral tradition. So thank you for following through on that important role for us here. Any other comments on this or any other updates for us? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. We'll just also acknowledge it was a really great day yesterday, and I think an important milestone in our evolving and continuing relationship with the Squamish Nation to have that relationship agreement now signed and in place. And thanks to everybody for the work to get us there. My announcement is just an update. For half of last week, I was down in Vancouver at UBCM executive meetings. There's lots going on to get ready for UBCM convention. So Council, if you have not yet registered, September 18th to 22nd, it will be a fulsome week of workshops, connecting with our colleagues from across the province and over 200 resolutions to debate. So looking forward to that. There's just two other things that I wanted to highlight, both for staff and for council, some work that the province is doing that may be of interest. So the BC Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General are undertaking a policy work to review the feasibility for fall legislation on decriminalization, in particular regulating the use of drugs in certain public spaces. So with the effort on decrim, there's been a bit of a void that was created in that other controlled substances like liquor and cannabis are controlled in certain public spaces, and that is not the case for harder drugs at the moment. So there's probably some fall legislation coming, and the province is currently doing consultation on that with a webinar tomorrow from 1 to 2:30, which is open to those from local government. And then the other one is some consultation from the province as well, from BC Ministry of Emergency Management, a series of webinars on the updated emergency management legislation. And in particular, the wording on this is the webinars will provide information about the new emergency management legislation, including the responsibilities assigned to local governments. So just a heads up that there's some new assignments coming. I'm sure our staff are on it, but if council members are interested, then those webinars are also open to council members, and you can sign up through the UBCM webpage. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Any other updates? Okay, we'll move on then. We have no, we don't need a motion to close. So we're looking for a motion to terminate. Moved by Councillor Stoner and seconded by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Motion carries. And I think we've extended so long that we've got the security wondering what we're still doing here. So anyways, thank you, everybody. Good work today. I know it was a long one, but we got there. Are we